couple upsets, but it's always fun when those horses that have been achieving all year prevail in the final. Like Sugar said, that was a good mile she put in last night, and excited to see hopefully her go to the Breeders' Crown.
Yeah, they did tell me last night in the winner's circle they're gonna head east and try the Breeders' Crown. And I was talking with somebody earlier on today. You know, there really isn't a standout in that division. We've had a couple of different winners in each one of those key races, and I think, you know, anybody really heading there has a game shot. You know, obviously depending on the draw and whatnot, but a good chance for her to really shine on the big stage.
I believe last year she made the final. She was third in the elimination and came back in. Unfortunately, made a mistake in the final there. So it's nowhere where she hasn't been before. Like you said, it really hasn't. Hambo Oaks winner was different from the Kentucky Futurity winner in the filly division. So it has been a fun year just to follow Grand Circuit action for the 3-year-old filly trotters, and excited to throw in our Ohio breds, and hopefully she represents us well. I'm excited to watch her. Hopefully draw can mean a lot at the Meadowlands. Hopefully Virgil gets a good post draw with her.
We saw Sippin' on Sea Rock, of course, set a track record there. It was a Ron Burke 1-2-3 finish in there with Swingtown and Rick Wink. What about the mile Clever Cody put up? I mean, big performance from him. I mean, there was a speed duel up front. He threw a shoe in the first turn. He had a breaker to his inside. He had to overcome a lot there, but that was a gutsy performance.
First up from the quarter into a second quarter. First up from the quarter, I should say. After a second quarter in about 25 and change or around there. That was a huge mile, and what a win. He deserves it. He's been battling all summer long. Aaron said it, so it's not, he said maybe he hasn't have drove him the best when it comes to the big races, and he blames himself, but he was perfect last night. Aaron and Clever Cody mentioned it a couple times last night. They get along so well, and I was happy to see him get a Sire Stakes championship win. He defended the title from last year.
Yes, he did. All right. Plenty of action to come on tonight's card. Like I had mentioned, it's the Grey Championships for the state of Ohio. We're going to dive deeper into these races, of course, after each and every post parade. We're going to talk about the early and I think the middle card, pick 4 here. The early pick 4 gets underway in race number 2. It's a $1 base bet here. There's a guaranteed pool of $10,000. We're going to kick it off with the 2-year-old fillies on the pace. It's a field of 7, Jenna, and you know, interesting. You can be in the Buckeye final and come into the Grey Championships here. So a couple of horses have been doing that. We'll see throughout the night, and even a few horses who I think we'll see later on in the sequence that didn't quite win the coin flip to get into the Scarlet Championship. So it's a field of 7 here in race number 2. I think I used a really cheap ticket here. Where did you go?
I'm going to use 3 horses on this ticket. I'm actually going to try to upset the 2 favorites. I'm going to use the Melanie Wren trainee on top, odds on collateral. Gets to start from post 5. This is a filly that has been taking on the Goldenrod Series down in Kentucky and been putting in some good effort. She even picked up a win 4 starts back. Then she came back to Ohio last time out, and I thought was a very solid third behind odds on Chesapeake, and the word is out at Dayton, maybe when the track was a little bit off, and I thought it was very solid, making up ground on those 2. Maybe not the easiest thing to do, but she was right there with them. I'm going to go for an upset, but I do back her up with the 1 and 2 as well.
I'm going to do 1-4 in the first leg of the pick 4. Gorgeous Package, Good Night Dance. Jason McGinnis had a nice night last night in that 2-year-old filly trot with Freedom Hill and Aunt Lily. This filly gets the rail again. I think it's big to her advantage too that this is her home track. She's been very nice for the stable all season long. 4 wins from 9 starts. 26-4, 55-3 there in that Buckeye final at Dayton, doing all the heavy lifting on the front end, and just got outpaced there at the end of the mile. 53, I thought that was a really good effort, as a mark of 54 at Delaware. I think she might be a smaller track horse, not saying she doesn't do well on those bigger tracks. I think hometown advantage will be to her. And I'm going to use Goodnight Dance, 2 out of the Eddie Miller barn. Ronnie Wren Jr. In the bike there, was at Dayton for that last leg of the Sire Stakes. Just really no luck there. She was second in Delaware in the Ohio Breeders' Championship. So I'm going to use 1 and 4 to open up the sequence. Of course, race number 3 is 2-year-old fillies on the trot. Where'd you go in here?
3 deep yet again. The 2, 4, and 5. My top selection will be the 4, Dublin's Dragonfly. Virgil Morgan Jr., Danny Noble in the bike this week after being in the Buckeye last time out. Had a big move there around the 3/4 pole, picked up a 4th place finish. But just 8 starts, 2 wins, and we have seen her on a half-mile track where she was a winner in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Delaware. So it's nice to know that the young trotters can and are capable of getting around a half. But I did back her up with the 2 and the 5 as well.
I'm going to use 3 numbers too. I don't think we have all the same numbers, but a couple. I'll use 4, 5, and 8. Dublin's Dragonfly. Virgil Morgan obviously had a really nice night last night. 2-time winner from 8 starts. A big trip at Dayton last time out. Pushed really wide there, turning for home right at the 3/4 pole. I thought that was a big move to finish 4th. A couple of back-to-back 4th place finishes, of course, in that qualifier, prepping for that race, and then moving here to the half-mile track. Triumph on for you. 5-2 on the morning line. I have this horse pegged for 3rd, but I think if I'm going to get anywhere near 5-2 or 7-2, come time to race, I would go to the windows. 8 on the board hits, 2 of those being wins. Trevor overtook the driving out in about 5 starts ago. You go down the bottom of the program reads at Scioto. When you get away 10th by 9 in the middle of the pack and have to come, that far, I thought it was a really good effort to come home in 28-3, 56-3 mile. Draws towards the middle of the pack. I think that'll give him a couple of options off of the gate. I really like the way that this horse is coming into the race. And then I threw Travel Nurse on my ticket as well. Another Virgil Morgan trainee, a winner last time out at Dayton. Post 8's going to be tricky. I mean, he's going to have to be forwardly placed. Brett's going to have to be forwardly placed with this filly here. It'll be interesting to see how it shakes up. A little bit of speed to the inside, but a lot of horses feel like can track horses down. We saw it a little bit last night, though. Horses coming from that bigger track here to the half mile. There's not as long as a stretch as they're used to, so you got to get out and rolling, and it almost forces your hand there. Moving into the far turn to maybe move a little bit quicker than you'd want to.
Yeah, maybe following stalking cover down the backside. It doesn't maybe seem like the right time to go 3 deep, and of course we really wouldn't know, but sometimes on the half-mile track you have to flip 3 deep earlier than you may want if your cover's not taking you where you want to go. Travel Nurse, super fast. I'll be paying attention to how she scores down tonight. Maybe can get a little bit hot, but super fast, and if she can put it all together, she is capable of tracking horses down, and that is what she was able to do at Dayton. Again, just has to mind her manners. 5 of 9 on the board. Super talented filly by Enterprise. Post 8. It's just so tricky for me to use on a half-mile track. I mean, I'm not going to throw her off, but still, the fact is so hard to use on a half-mile track. But if a trainer has them ready to go at this time of year, it is definitely Virgil Morgan.
And we saw it last night too here, and we saw it at Hoosier a couple nights ago, and even up at Woodbine Mohawk Park for their finals last night. Don't be afraid to use a horse that might not be taking as much money on the tote board. Anything can happen in these big money races. A lot on the line, obviously. Seasons are coming to an end, maybe one too many starts into them. So definitely don't be afraid to use a few more horses, maybe in your exotic wagers, to kind of back yourself up in those multi-leg wagers. And I think that goes for race number 4. It's 2 Colton Geldings on the pace. It's a field of 7. I'm going to use 2 horses that I think are going to take a majority of the money. That being said, if I was playing this race in a lateral bankroll here and trying to use some of those exotic wagers, I think there's 3 or 4 other horses that can really spice things up. The rail horse scares me. Literally scares me out of the Ron Burke barn. Chris Page aboard coming off of a win. Down by the Water has been racing very well. Of course, Twinbee High Tide coming off of 2 big efforts, and then the Onyx Dragon too. 7 wins from 12 starts, a 2nd place finish in the Buckeye Stallion final at Dayton. Thought that was a big effort from him. I feel like he could really mix things up in the exotics. But as far as the multi-leg wagers, where'd you go?
This was a race where I felt like there was a lot of them last night, where you either have to single and be with your gut, or you're going to have to spread wisely. And I wanted to use more horses with the trotting races, so I had to single up in here. I'm going to single up the 5 Twinbee High Tide. This was a very talented colt of Down by the Seaside, 4 of 8 this season. And it's kind of like, you think you have a really nice colt maybe in the winter, and then you run into horses like Rick Wink, Sippin' on Sea Rock, and Swingtown. So when they're all in the same division, Twinbee High Tide was 2nd here at Northfield to Rick Wink that night. It actually kind of looked like he was making up maybe a little bit of ground on him in the stretch. So it's pretty difficult when you think you have a really nice one, and that's what I feel like Twinbee High Tide is here. Just a bad year to have a good 2-year-old. There's a lot of them out there, right?
You always have a nice horse when someone has one nice.
Yes, exactly. I'm going to single them up, but the 1 definitely scares me. The 2, the Onyx Dragon, and a horse that you didn't mention in this race that kind of scares me is the 4, Bars and Notes. Tyler took over the driving 2 starts back at the Delaware County Fair, and he kind of made a little break coming in the stretch, and Tyler was able to really gather him quickly, and he still was able to sneak up the inside there for a win. And he's a horse that maybe is kind of peaking at the right time. I mean, he was fifth last time out, sloppy track, got away fifth, ended up fifth. But these inside five, really, all of them scare me, and it's either use all five of them or single, and I just had a single.
I'm going to use two horses. I will use the Onyx Dragon and Twin Bee High Tide. I think the Onyx Dragon has a little bit of post advantage on Twin Bee High Tide. He obviously was able to get off the gate well at Delaware with the rail. He was floated on out of there a little bit at Dayton and then made his move to the front. So it'll be interesting to see. The Onyx Dragon has plenty of gate speed. Again, I thought it was a really good effort at Dayton in that Buckeye Stallion Series final. It was a good effort in Delaware when he moved to the front just before the half. But like you said, I feel like this is a race where if you want in the multi-leg wagers, maybe tighten down on your ticket on horses that are going to take a lot of the money, and then in the exotics, just kind of spice it up a bit, because there's going to be horses that may get a little bit overlooked.
And Down by the Water is a horse that I slotted in for second, and if I'm making any sort of backup ticket, he would definitely be on there as well. But that was a huge mile by the Onyx Dragon in the Buckeye Stallion Series final there. I thought halfway up the backside that he was done, and he just kept digging and digging. He was second behind Twin Bee High Tide, but that was a pretty big effort there, and there's a lot of ways that you could go in this race. I'm excited to see the outcome.
All right, race number 5 is a 2-year-old Colton Geldings on the trot, and you said you were spreading in the trot races. I'm actually going to single, and if anybody knows me, knows I do not ever single horses.
I learned that from you. Unfortunately, I was picking up on your habits and always hated singling, and then working with Barry, and I hope he's watching. He's always so cheap, so he always singles everything. So now I'm not as scared to single horses.
Yeah. All right. Well, who'd you use in here?
I'm going to use 2, though. I used the 2 and the 5. A stud muffin tee for Jeff Smith, the Trevor Smith again aboard this week. Added the trotting hobbles at Delaware and made a mistake. Kind of scares me when you think you add the trotting hobbles, maybe getting a little bit of confidence. Then I almost kind of forgive him for it being a half-mile track. But we're back here on a half-mile track today. Last start out, he had post 7, got away 7th by 8.5 lengths, and was second, beating a length there. Only came home in 30 and 2, but they were all right there. Third start with the trotting hobbles on. I'm excited to see what he can do here with an inside post to, I believe, his biggest rival, the 5, Rose Run Arc, who you single.
That is who I'm going to single. I'm going to single Rose Run Arc. I thought, horse who'd been racing fairly well all season is winless in those 7 starts. 4 on the board hits from that. But what I liked last time out, even though he was 4th, beaten, a length and 3/4, it looks like there, they added Lasix and trotting hobbles last start out. And I thought everything went very smooth. It was a very good effort at Dayton. And I think second start with both of those are going to be key for this horse. Interesting enough, 3-1 on the morning line. The horse to his inside, what a Buckeyes 3-1 on the morning line. They've added trotting hobbles last time out. There's just too many X's on the program page for me for that one.
Buckeye is a seriously super fast horse, and it's a horse that I hate to throw off. I use him for 3rd, and I will be upset if he does end up beating me in the pick 4. But when going over these races with such young trotters, you look for the least amount of X's that you can see, right? Yeah. What a Buckeye, super talented at Scioto and that State Fair, right down the road, 57 and 2. And now it's just making a little bit too many mistakes for me to put him on top. But it's super talented colt by What the Hill.
And I do think it's key also when we're out there trying to handicap the races. Now that it's the end of the season and we've kind of seen the tendencies that these horses have started to develop, I like to watch them score down. I think that's key too. Obviously in the multi-leg wagers you can't really see that. You can watch them warm up. But in those exotic wagers, if you stand outside and watch them post parade and see what they do there, I think it's key, especially for 2-year-olds, especially for the trotters. And just like I said, you watch these horses develop tendencies all year long. You see them down at Scioto, you watch them here, or you watch them wherever they're going, and I think it's key there. But interesting,
especially watching them having the advantage of being on track and watching all the horses score down. Maybe if you're hesitant to use one out of the 6, 7, or 8 here on a half-mile track, you can watch them score down and just see how aggressive they're going to be. Hopefully, tending to maybe, if you're scoring down a little bit more aggressive, hoping to go forward off of the wings. And it's just I feel like maybe a little bit of an advantage actually being here on site.
I agree. Make sure you pay attention to the simulcast speeds as well. All right, race number 8 kicks off that middle card, pick 4. It's a 3-year-old Colton Geldings. Great championships here, Jenna. A field of 6, and this is an interesting field nonetheless.
And I single.
Whoa,
Yeah,
who'd you single?
I singled the 6, but we still for Team Ren again. Just got caught on the front end the last time out in the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship there, 54 and 4 mile there. Tom Swifty is a horse that caught him at the wire,
Yep.
who had been putting in good efforts all season long. So no shame to being second to him by a neck. And unfortunately for my pick 4 here, no Tom Swifty in
Right.
tonight.
And interesting enough too, friends with Melanie on Facebook and in person,
That
and
was-
he had to overcome a lot. I thought
Yeah.
that was after seeing what he did, he stepped on himself there, had a little bit of a cut. They had to take some time off. Kudos to them, their crew, their vets, to get him back. He couldn't have looked any better in that Buckeye Stallion Series final. They added Lasix, about a month or so ago there. So this horse is continuing to get better and better, and you like to see that at the end of the season when the money's on the line. 5 wins from 11 starts. He's on my pick 4 ticket. I also used the rail horse. I thought it was interesting here. Just 1 win from 18 starts, it looks like here, Jenna. I thought it was a good effort at Dayton, 4th. Closed well, was second 2 back in an overnight event here at Northfield. So I liked that from him too. So I'm going to use 1 and 6 in the opening leg here. Race number 9. This is the 3-year-old fillies. Great championship field of 8. And this is what I said, they lost the coin flip.
This is a kind of a huge deal. It's either they were tied for 8th, getting into the final, and you literally a coin flip, probably a draw of paper by one of the judges, and it ended up Calypso Pearl got in the gray instead of the scarlet. And let me tell you, that whole race last night may have changed if Calypso Pearl made the final. She is just been razor sharp all season long, but especially coming off of these 2 back-to-back efforts in the Ohio Breedership Championship. She held off Seaside Diva late there down by the wire by a neck, and then came back in the Buckeyes.
Because she was unraced at the age 2.
And that's
So I
exactly
feel like
it.
horses that are unraced at 2 and you see maybe a handful starts more than the rest of the field, they need to develop, they need to learn, they got to get that greenness out of them. I was just going to say, she hasn't missed the board either, and I think that's a big thing for a filly like that.
But I do back her up. I don't know how you single her.
single her.
I back her up with Genetic Edge. She was very talented at the age of 2, maybe a little bit of a slower start at the age of 3. They added Lasix, didn't really work out that night, and then came back in the Buckeye Stallion Series at Delaware and put on a show there, 51 and 2. Came back and followed it up with a nice 3rd place finish last time out behind Calypso Pearl. So she's another one, maybe a little bit of a slower start to her 3-year-old season, but she's a very talented daughter of Down by the Seaside, and maybe if Calypso Pearl and somebody else getting a little bit of a speed duel, she can be there to pick up the pieces at the end.
All right, like you had mentioned, I'm singler. We got to go quickly through these last couple of legs. Race 10, 3-year-old fillies on the trot. Where did you go with this one?
I'm going to use the 2, 4, and 6, just as I am. Slot Austin Hanners on the bike here, coming off of a win in the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship. She's just been ultra talented this year when racing here in Ohio. 4 of 13, 102,000 in the bank. But I do use 2 other horses, so not too set on her, but I use a 6 just as I am Oz.
I'm going to use 4 and 6 in here, the 6 being my top choice, just as I am Oz. I'm backing myself up with West 55. I thought that was a really nice effort, 2 back in a Buckeye Stallion Series. So 4-6 for me in race number 10. Race 11, 3-year-old Colton Geldings on the pace near. Nice field of 8. Where'd you go with this one?
2 deep again, the 3 and the 5 down by the Dance Club, and How About a Yankee? I use How About a Yankee on top. 9 to 5 on the morning line, and this is a horse that earlier on in the season at Scioto set a mark of 49 and 3. He was very impressive that night, and he's been racing in the Sire Stakes and very consistently picked up 2 back-to-back 4th place finishes, and with the scratch of the 1, he gets to move down. I really think Aaron will be able to use that to his advantage.
All right, I'm going to use 2, 3, and 8 in here. Interesting. I thought 9106 was an interesting play. 8 wins from 18 starts this season. I'm also going to use Mine Win Beach Boy and How About a Yankee to round out my middle card. Pick 4, plenty of action to come on this, I believe it's a 15 race card here at MGM Northfield Park. It's the Great Championships for the Ohio Sire Stakes action. We'll be with you all night long to cover the action. Best of luck to everyone competing and wagering on tonight's card.
Pacers out to the track for race number 1. Number 1 VL's Bodie, owned by Dave Scott and Joseph Rodney Harness, trained by Rodney Harness. Austin Hanners at the lines. 2 Social Theories, Joey Manzones. Kevin Walters trains Dan Noble in the bike. 3 Applin Hanover, owned and trained by Orville Ray using Tyler Smith. 4 Sir Shuffle, Tyler Angus drives for Robert Roche in the R&R Standard Breds. 5 Sirocco Misty Set, owned by Kenneth Edge, trimmed by Deb Procession, Braden Rhodes, in tow. The 6 Busy Being Bad, owned and trained by Mark Eicher. Kurt Sugg at the lines. 7 Rose Run Walker, owned by Stephen Butler and owner-trainer Melvin Byler. Brett Miller in the sulky. 8 Filet Mignon, owned by Charles Reeve, trimmed by Herman Hagerman, using Mark St. Louis Jr. Scrunch the 9 Impressive Cowboy. Please note, those of you that are looking for the line to be announced for race number 9, number 7, Better Than a Million, it's up on the screen right now from the Lancaster Fair. Wire to wire win 31 and 2, 102 and 2, 132 and 4, 201 and 2. Time of the mile there, sent off for 2 to 1 again. That's from the Lancaster Fair. Wire to wire race 9, number 7, Better Than a Million. Also just had a driver change in the 10th race for the 1, You My Lady. The driver will be Kane Kaufman. That's race 10, number 1. Meanwhile, here in this opener to get things started, I did land on the inside horse here, going to the 1 VL's Bodie. Austin Hanners with the drive. I just thought this one was in the right spot. I know he's 0 for 11, but with the rail spot, major post release, been stuck with post 9 last 2 starts at Scioto and Dayton. From the rail, I got him on top. Second to 3, Applin Hanover. He's been racing against some okay 1,500 fields. I don't think this one's necessarily the strongest. You get Tyler Smith at the lines. He was the beaten favorite, 2 back. Maybe didn't handle the sloppy track last week, but nonetheless, I'll use him second. And for third, the 4 Sir Shuffle, trying to stick with inside pacers. So I'm 1-3-4-2. Jess Otten 1-3-2-4. Jenna and Michael standing by in the winner's circle. Take a further look at race 1.
Thanks so much, Kenny. In the winner circle here for race number 1, as we are ready for another big night of racing action. 8 $100,000 Gray Championship Ohio Sire Stakes events. And Jenna and I kind of saw this race a little bit differently. She's got the 1 on top. I've got the 2. We're going to talk about Social Theories real quick for just a second. Social Theories is the speed of the race, in my opinion. In race against Nowers of 1,500 back on August the 14th. It was a winner by 2 lengths, dropping down in class here for trainer Kevin Walters. Wasn't sure what to do with VLS Bodie, though, Jenna. Facing easier company, it's kind of a question mark horse, but does get an inside draw for the first time in a couple of starts.
I thought your top selection, Social Theories, would take more money than what he is taking right now for the sole fact of dropping back down in class. And you get to pick up a Danny Noble. That's one of my favorite angles down south there when Danny Noble hops on a horse for the first time. So kind of, you got a much better post draw to work with than in his last. He's 7-2 right now. That's a very nice price on Social Theories. I just go 1 to his inside. Another horse taking a drop in class was racing in that tough non-winners of 4. That's a very tough class this time of year, and this is another horse who the post gods really haven't been that kind to him. 2 outside draws, then at Scioto 2 post 6. So you're getting a little bit of class relief and post relief. You can also use the rail to your heavy advantage here at Northfield Park. 3 to 5 is a short price. I hope we don't see it go much lower than that.
One thing about those non-winners of 4 races is you see a lot of maybe some of the consolation horses kind of pop up in there. They've done really well at the fairs, and those fair races don't count as pari-mutuel wins. So those non-winners of 4 races can come up kind of tough because you end up against some of the Sire Stakes company. Here's another horse you like walking by us now in the 3 Applin Hanover. We'll touch on him in just a minute. I kind of like the 8 Filet Mignon to the outside a little bit. Was 4th beaten 9 lengths from post 2 last week. This is a horse that likes to be on the front end, but he also likes to close. Check out that line from Scioto Downs back on September the 5th. Was parked every step of the mile, just didn't really have it. Facing easier company here tonight. and maybe get a little bit of value, especially with the scratch of the 9 Impressive Cowboy.
When you want to take a horse here from an outside, it's always, hoping that we can go forward. I didn't use him on my tickets. You're going to use him in there for third for the just outside posted on half-mile track. I can never convince myself in that unless I'm absolutely in love with the horse. Last week, tried it on the front end. It kind of got fractions his own way here at Northfield, 27-4, maybe a little tough to the quarter, but backed it down to 30 seconds in the second quarter there. Still hold on for a fourth-place finish, but I don't think we'll be able to make it to the front as easy as a 27-4 quarter, and then hopefully back it down again for a second quarter. You just been there for third. I just take a pass on him tonight, but he is the right price if you're looking for a little upset, as he's 10-1.
All right, that is the field for the first race. Before we get into the first race here this evening, Jenna, the weather a little bit different here this evening. Winds are going to be at their faces coming down the stretch, so we'll probably see some final quarters that are a little slower than we did last night. It's cooler tonight than it was last night, but we saw some wicked fractions last night.
We got absolutely lucky last night. I felt like as soon as the Scarlet Championships wrapped up, we came walking back out here, and it was pouring down rain. I had no idea. The clouds are moving a little quickly, standing out here in the winner's circle looking at it, but the wind always does play effect, and I will be sure to keep you updated. It is a little bit chillier outside tonight as it was last night, but the racing action should still be hot as we get ready to roll here for race 1.
All right, the horse will be going behind the gate here momentarily. Kenny Lippengood has the call of the first race. It is the Ohio Sire Stakes Grade Championship night. They start in race 2, and it's coming up in just a little bit.
Time to kick off this Sunday program here from MGM Northfield Park. The Lid Lifter in behind the gate. Here they come. Often pacing in the Sunday opener, Sirocco Misty said gets the first call of the evening. VL's Bodie toward the inside with Applin. Hanover into the top flight goes Filet Mignon from a far outside post. Social Theories toward the inside gets away mid-pack. Sir Shuffle off the speed to be third last. Busy Being Bad. And Rose Run Walker the trailer as they work their way onto the backside. Behind Sirocco Misty said, but here's VL's Bodie 1-5 for the 4-year-old. And he heads out and around Sirocco Misty said past a 27-1 opening quarter. Far turn bound first time. Applin Hanover third. Social Theories an inline fourth. Filet Mignon. The mare races from fifth. She's better than Sir Shuffle in the sixth spot as Social Theory swings off the rail, and St. Louis picks up the cover with Filet Mignon, so she slides second over. Sir Shuffle still back in sixth. Busy Being Bad still second last, and Rose Run Walker the caboose. Down in front of the stands behind the heavily backed VL's Bodie and Austin Hanners. On top here, a length and a half. First up, Social Theories and Danny Noble, and they're halfway home in 57-2, so a 30-1. Tap of the brakes for VL's Bodie. Sirocco Misty said locked in the box. Social Theories on that one's outside. Applin Hanover sticks to a 3-hole. Filet Mignon with a second over toe. Third over, Sir Shuffle. Fourth over from the back goes Rose Run Walker. Busy Being Bad is at the inside in seventh. They're 4 in and 4 out. Just 7 lengths separate the field with just less than 3/8 of a mile to go. And VL's Bodie, the favorite on top. Social Theories, the plugs are out and he's working very hard and he's only been able to get within a length of VL's Bodie, and they head past 3/4 in 1:27. On their way home in the Sunday opener, VL's Bodie on top. Social Theories has been working very hard uncovered, still a length and a quarter behind. Sirocco Misty says locked in, has been tracking the favorite throughout, then Filet Mignon outside of Applin Hanover. There's an 1/8 of a mile left to go. VL's Bodie off the turn, clear by 2. Social Theories and Sirocco Misty said will battle for second, but this one's over. It's the favorite, VL's Bodie, in front. Then it's Social Theories, better than Sirocco Misty said. Applin Hanover and Busy Being Bad for the high 5, 156-1. One, two, five, 3, and 6 unofficial. Coming back to the winner's circle, the one, VL's Bodie, owned by Dave Scott and Joseph Rodney Harness. Rodney Harness, the trainer. Austin Hanners, the winning pilot. 4-year-old Black Gelding by Do Me That Again, out of the Dragon Again mare Up Front Darlin', bred by Dave Scott of Ohio. 9th lifetime win. That's his first this season. 156-1 for VL's Bodie. Send it down to the winner's circle. Michael Carter standing by with winning driver Austin Hanners.
Thanks so much, Kenny. And Austin, you kick off the grade championship night with a victory. Get one off your back on a big night of racing.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and get one. So hopefully we can keep it going.
Now let's talk a little bit about Strawberry Hill, who you'll drive a little bit later on, was second at the fair last time out. Tyler drove that night. You drove 2 starts back against Sire Stakes Company. Draws the rail here. Could have some luck.
Absolutely. She's just had a tough year, but, we're here tonight. She got the rail. It's good luck, so let's hopefully it works out.
And one more I want to ask you about is Twin Bee High Tide, who seems to be getting better and better with the addition of Lasix back in August. Was a 3.5 length winner last time out. This is a really nice closer and a really nice horse.
Oh, he's a super horse. Mom's done a great job with him all year, and hopefully we can finish her off strong.
Austin, good luck later on.
Thank you.
Kenny?
The results are official. The exacta $5.20, trifecta $31, and the high 5, $67.46. Top down, VL's Bodie the winner, Social Theory second, Apple and Hanover fourth, Sir Shuffle sixth. Sirocco Misty said was third, Busy Being Bad fifth, Rose Run Walker eighth, Filet Mignon seventh, Scratch Impressive Cowboy. 1, 2, 4, 6, 3, 5, 8, 7 Scratch. Up next, race number 2 Pacers. It's the Gray Championship for 2-year-old pacing fillies. There's $10,000 guaranteed in this early pick 4 pool. There's a field of 7 with no changes. It's 6 minutes away. On track for race number 2, the first of 8 Gray Championships for $100,000. Number 1 is Gorgeous Package, bred by Odds on Noir of Florida, owned by the Stable Group. Jason McGinnis, the trainer, Anthony McDonald has the lines. Number 2, See Her Rule, bred by Third Floor Stables of Ohio. Those are the owners. Mark Winters Jr. is the trainer. Brett Miller, on the heels of his big night with 3 Sire Stakes wins yesterday, is in the sulky. 3, Seaside Wishes, bred by Winback Farm of Maryland, is owned by Redline Racing Stables, Red Racer LLC, and David Van Duzen, trained and driven by Kane Kaufman. The 4, Good Night Dance, bred by the owners Ashley Dunn and Edward Miller in co-ownership with Dr. Michael Latessa. Eddie Miller, the trainer, Ronnie Wren Jr. has the lines. 5, Odds On Collateral, bred by Odds On Noir, Florida, owned by Odds On Racing, trained by Melanie Wren, Peter Wren, between the wheels. The 6, Big Bad Beach Bunny, bred by Steve Carter and Craig Stein of Ohio, owned by David Kapp and Corey DeArmond. Corey DeArmond trains Chris Lems, the pilot. Corey DeArmond also sends out the 7, Lily Grace Hill, in co-ownership with David Kapp. This 2-year-old was bred by Thomas Cave of Kentucky. Dan Noble will have the driving assignment. Back over in race number 1, able to start off this Sunday Supercard with the top choice favorite, VL's Bodie, who did deliver as a heavy choice in the opener. So we roll over to race number 2 to kick off the 8 Gray Championships that we have here on tap. I landed on the 5, Odds On Collateral. This is a 2-year-old that was racing primarily down at the Red Mile, then came up to Dayton to race on the 5/8 track and finished 3rd, was beaten by Odds On Chesapeake, who raced extremely well last night to be 2nd there. Odds On Collateral, another one from the Odds On Racing. They've held a strong hand all weekend, and this one I think will take to the half mile. The 5/8 effort was good, maybe just getting good at the right time. This one was also behind FaZe, so I thought she was facing the toughest competition. She's a daughter of Down by the Seaside. I got her on top. Second, the 1, Gorgeous Package for the Stable Group and Jason McGinnis here. Anthony McDonald from the rail, probably going to try and put this girl on the lead. He rolled her at Dayton in the Buckeye Championship. She came up late to be 3rd, but Gorgeous Package will have the rail here, and I think she's on the front. For 3rd, I threw in the 4, Good Night Dance. The Ohio Breeders' Championship race at Delaware was pretty good to be 2nd. 5-1-4-2 for me, Jess Otten, 1-4-3-2. Standing in the winner's circle, Carter and Jess to take a further look at the first of 8 Gray Championships.
Thanks, Kenny. The first of 8 Great Championships on the track, Mike Carter. And it's a good field we have here. I'm really looking forward to seeing these races conducted all night long. 2-year-old fillies on the pace, field of 7 here. We're going to go a couple of different ways. We'll start with your top choice. That's the 3, Seaside Wishes, trained and driven by Kane Kaufman. Very consistent filly down by the Seaside here. 2 wins from 9 starts this season, 5 additional on the board finishes. Comes off of a 5th place finish in that Buckeye Stallion Series final.
Yeah, one thing about Seaside Wish is she really likes a half-mile racetrack. She's had some luck at Delaware. She's had some luck here before. Did really well in the Buckeye Stallion Series, finished 5th in the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship. 2 wins on 9 starts this year. The horses we saw last night were some really strong competition, so she had to face some really stiff company all season long. She raced at a pop-up series out at Saddle Downs. She's one of the more consistent horses in the group, and 6-1 is some nice value.
Definitely nice value there. 6-5 on Gorgeous Package. The stable had a nice night last night. That 2-year-old filly trots. Anthony McDonald aboard this filly by Lather up 4 wins from 9 starts this season. Like Kenny had mentioned, we put her on the front there at Dayton. Some pretty nice fractions, I'd have to say. 26-4, 55-3. Obviously just got a little tired there at the end of the mile, like Jenna and I were talking about earlier. Going over the Pick 4 tickets, this is her home track. Not that she can't get over or does well on a bigger track. I think she suits the smaller half-mile track.
I got to give the stable a lot of credit with some of these horses, like Aunt Lily, Gorgeous Package. They raced in both the Buckeye Stallion Series when they could. They raced at the Ohio Sire Stakes when they could, and kind of figure out, maybe where they end up. The way the Buckeye Stallion Series championships fell, normally you can't race the Buckeye Stallion Series championship if you're in the Sire Stakes Consolation. However, this year, you had no idea which one you were going to fit and how it was going to play out. So good for Anthony McDonald and those guys. They draw the rail here. Clear favoritism at 7-5 for good reason. Does have the speed, and the son of Lather Up clearly has the speed of his father.
Well, it is a filly, so it's the daughter of Latherup. It's okay. 7-5 there. She looks really nice out on the racetrack as she's going by. So filly by Dancing Yankee, Eddie Miller, Ronnie Wren Jr. team up here. Just 2 on the board finishes for her, but look at the company she's been facing. Odds on Chesapeake, Skywalker Seed, The Word Is Out, Prolific Fire. I mean, she's been facing the killers of this division. She comes into this race 2 back off of a very good second place finish at the Delaware County Fair.
Yeah, definitely. The team of Edward Miller and Ronnie Wren try to team up here with the filly by Dancing Yankee. Dancing Yankee had a lot of success here at MGM Northfield Park. Actually still has a track record on the books. This is a horse that drew really tough a couple of starts at the Sire Stakes, What's at Sido Downs, once here at Northfield Park. Things really started to turn around at Delaware. Just kind of threw in a clunker at Dayton. Has been off a couple of weeks. Trainer Edward Miller, I talked to him a little bit ago. He is very high on Good Night Dance here this evening.
You know, a horse taking plenty of money on the tote board is the 8-5 on odds on Collateral. This is another filly by Down by the Seaside for the Wren Racing crew and odds on racing. And if you look, you know, you see her that start at Dayton last time out. A third place finish there behind the odds on Chesapeake and The Word Is Out. But look lower down on the program page. You see her mainly racing in Kentucky in that Goldenrod series, which is the lower level of the 3. And, you know, you see a lot of horses graduate through that series and go up in the ranks in the Kentucky Sire Stake final. And you get horses from every jurisdiction there. And what I like about that is a lot of times they use that lower level to kind of guide them to go up into the higher ranks. And you can see a lot of horses that were in Kentucky in those championship races go from the Goldenrod all the way up to the top, and they were horses that would have been, you know, 1, 2, 3 in the final. So I think that's a perfect, leadway into this race tonight.
You know, good for the Wrens here. You know, they raced to the Kentucky Goldenrod kind of just to see what they had. They shipped up to Dayton, said, you know what, let's race in the Sire Stakes with this dual eligible horse and just kind of see what we had, and raced lights out. Was third, only beaten 3/4 of a length against odds on Chesapeake, and The Word Is Out. Clearly, odds on Collateral is a very nice racehorse. We're going to find out how nice here in a minute. Just not sure about the price. 9-5 may be too short.
I would have to say that as well. It really needs to be forwardly placed, I think, off of the gate. All right, the first of 8 grade championships is heading towards the gate as the gate rolls into position. 2-year-old filly is on the pace. Mike is going to go 3-1, 4-5. I'm going to go 1-4, 3-2. Good luck. Here's Kenny.
As the gate begins the roll onto the backstretch for the first of 8 grade championships. Once again, congratulations to all the connections to make it to this super weekend. Scarlet Championships yesterday, and they put on a show. They certainly delivered in $300,000 races, and I have a feeling that these $100,000 races will deliver just as well. First field, in behind the gate, grade championship, 2-year-old pacing fillies. Pacers at the head of the stretch. Here they come. Often pacing, odds on Collateral. Hustled out right down the center. Gorgeous package toward the inside. Leaves right with her from a rail post for AMAC as See Her Rule gets down to the cones to race from third. And odds on Collateral is able to land in that pocket spot as Gorgeous package cut the corner from her rail post. Defended it perfectly to the lead. Odds on Collateral is able to leave forward position into that pocket spot. 2 better than See Her Rule, who got away third. Seaside Wishes came out of mid-pack fourth. Better than Good Night Dance, who's off the speed tonight for Ronnie Wren. Big Bad Beach Bunny and Lily Grace Hill, the back back markers. 28 seconds for the opening quarter. Gorgeous Package. 4-5 leads the second choice. Odds on Collateral, so favorites are 1-2 as they roll around this far turn for the first time. See Her Rule, 4 lengths behind, occupying the third spot. Seaside Wishes is fourth. Ren still patient with Good Night Dance toward the rear of the field in front of the Dayarman trainees, Big Bad Beach Bunny and Lily Grace Hill. That's the 7 of them that race by us with just over 1 lap to go in the Gray Championship for the 2-year-old pacing fillies, and Gorgeous Package continues to roll up top. 30-3 Breather as they cut to the half, and 58-3 as Seaside Wishes was the first one to vacate the rail for Kaufman. She's to the outside of Odds on Collateral, who's locked in for Ren. See Her Rule inside of Good Night Dance, who comes under urging. Then it's a gapped Big Bad Beach Bunny and Lily Grace Hill, the back marker. And there's 3/8 of a mile left to go with Gorgeous Package to track down. Gorgeous Package on top. Seaside Wishes continues to gain ever so slightly. She's 3/4 of a length behind. Odds on Collateral locked in. 3/4, 127. Good Night Dance will have to roll 3 wide with 3 lengths to pick up. See Her Rule next. Into the final turn they go. Gorgeous Package trying to go gate to wire. Odds on Collateral is asked to go get her, and the plugs come out now for Peter Wren as they come to the top of the stretch. Gorgeous Package and Odds on Collateral. Looks like the favorites will decide, but Gorgeous Package still has 2 to play with, and this one's over. Gorgeous Package and a wire-to-wire performance for Anthony McDonald and the stable group. Odds on Collateral was second. Good Night Dance is third. Seaside Wishes fourth. 154-4. They sprinted home. One, 5, 4, 3, the unofficial order of finish. Back into the winner's circle, the one Gorgeous Package, owned by the stable.ca. Trained by Jason McGinnis, Anthony McDonald, the winning steer. This is a 2-year-old bay filly by Lather Up out of the Western Terramare Special Package. It's her 5th lifetime win, 154-4. She was bred by Odds on Noir of Florida. Gorgeous Package to take the Gray Championship. The results of 1, 5, 4, and 3 are official here in race 2, the first of 8 Gray Championships. And we'll send it down to the winner's circle where Jenna Otten is standing by with the captain of the stable.ca Army, Anthony McDonald.
Thanks so much, Kenny. Here in the winner's circle with winning driver Anthony McDonald, and like you said, the captain of the stable.ca. We'll start with talking a little bit about Gorgeous Package, and what a mile here tonight on the front end.
Yeah, she's a really, really nice filly, and I got a kind of a real big breather with her, and I figured she'd be really tough to beat after that. You know, she get used pretty hard in Dayton her last start, and they were going to beat me, they were going to have to really beat me tonight. And she's so handy. You know, she's the type of horse, you see all these expensive horses out here racing all over North America. She's the type of horse that bring people back to the sales for who knows. You know, we bought her for next to nothing, and she's just been such a treat. Just a really, really likable filly.
And talk to us a little about the program here in Ohio and what it means to you with having so many owners across different states. The fact that you can actually race in the Buckeye Stallion Series final or Consolation, then come right back here and race for $100,000 the next week as well.
It's great. This is the only jurisdiction you can do that. And I mean, we have owners from all over the world. There's people from Europe that own this horse. And, you know, it's a great jurisdiction. Most of the jurisdictions they're changing a little bit. In Ohio, you know, it's so strong right now. It's truthfully speaking, probably the strongest jurisdiction, right? The horse racing is so deeply rooted here. You can't drive down the highway without going by dozens of racetracks and people that race at them. So it's a great program, a great state, and it's been a lot of fun this year for sure.
That was her 10th start of the season. Will we see her back at all anymore for a year in 2024?
No, she's put in a request to go to the field right after this race.
Gorgeous package takes the great championship for 2-year-old fillies. Anthony, congratulations and best of luck the rest of the night.
Thanks very much.
Prices are on the screen. I'd love to join Gorgeous Package in the field as well, but we still got 13 more races, including 7 grade championships. The price is up on the screen, exact at $9.40. Trifecta, $41. The early double winning combination is 1 and 1, $4.80. Top down, Gorgeous Package the winner. See Her Rule was 5th. Seaside Wishes 4th. Good Night Dance 3rd. Odds on Collateral 2nd. Big Bad Beach Bunny 6th. And Lily Grace Hill 7th. 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 6, 7. It's the Trotters' turn in the 3rd race. The 2-year-old trotting fillies for the grade championship, $100,000. Field of 8, no changes, 6 minutes away. On track for the third, 2-year-old trotting fillies take their turn for the $100,000 grade championship. The one is Strawberry Hill, bred by Dan Veneer of Ohio. Owned by Ader, Lane, and Urig, trained by Brett Ader. Austin Hanners has the lines. 2 is Mega Money. Aaron Merriman drives for trainer Chris Beaver. Co-owns with the Patricia Stable, LA Express Stables, and Gilblom Racing. Bred by James Bender of Ohio. Sandra Burnett bred the 3 Mia Sangria. Owner-trainer Chris Beaver in co-ownership with Jim Burnett and Tim Homan. Tyler Smith has the lines. Bred by the Dublin Valley Farm of Ohio, it's the 4 Dublin's Dragonfly. Dan Noble aboard for Virgil Morgan Jr. in the Jesmeril Stable. 5 Triumph Over You, bred by Marion Beachy of Ohio. A third one for trainer Christopher Beaver in co-ownership with Bill Maines, Leo Fleming, and Stephen Z. Hendelar. Trevor Smith at the lines. The 6 Sweet Misery, owned by Mr. Kim Haver, trained by Jason Hanna. Pierce Henry drives, homebred from Michigan. Jonas Schlauback bred the 7 Up, owned by the Dark Horse Farm. Matt Burkholder, the trainer. Chris Lems will pilot. That is the State Fair winner from Scioto. And the 8 Travel Nurse, bred by Joyce and Dick McClellan of Ohio. Joyce McClellan, the owner. Virgil Morgan Jr. trains. Brett Miller has the lines. This is your Buckeye Stallion Championship winner. Note horses 2, 3, and 5 for trainer Chris Beaver, all uncoupled per OSRC commission. Back over in that second race to kick off the grade championships. Was able to get my top 2 choices in the backwards order, though. Gorgeous Package. She was very good on the front. Once Anthony McDonald got that second quarter breather, it was all over. She sprinted home 27-4. Nice way to wrap up her freshman campaign. Can't wait to see her back as a sophomore. We roll here to the third grade championship for the Trotters. I went to the 2 Mega Money Merriman and Beaver team. She raced in the Sire Stakes down at Dayton. In her most recent start, was only beaten 2 lengths in there behind Dream Something, Rose Run, Allison Brink Street. We saw all of them last night in the Scarlet Final. Has a 3rd place finish back at Saddle, but the 2nd place finish at Delaware is the one I'm looking at. She has an inside post here. She's got a mind her manners, does have that break at Scioto, but every other start she stayed flat. I know she's 0 for 8, but she's been right there, and maybe in this grade championship she'll find the right field and get the money tonight. Second, I'll use the 3 Mia Sangria, also from the Chris Beaver barn. Ohio Breeders' Championship race. Got away toward the rear of the field, ended up finishing 4th after being placed there. Last week was 3rd in the Sire Stakes. She looks like she's got some speed. She's had a pocket there behind Mocha Hill and Aunt Laura. They came back to be 1-2 yesterday, so why not take her out of that race? And for 3rd, I'll throw in the 4 Dublin's Dragonfly. 4th in the Buckeye Stallion Championship, but she's got major post relief. She was the beaten favorite in that Buckeye Championship over her stablemate who has post 8 here. I'll go 2, 3, 4, 5. Jess has got it 8, 4, 5, 1. Carter and Jenna standing by in the winner's circle to take a further look at the 3rd.
Thanks so much, Kenny. Well, the weather, Jenna, has changed. We were expecting some rain showers, and it is lightly raining currently here at MGM Northfield Park. Not Hambletonian bad like we felt back in August, but definitely raining could play a factor a little bit later on.
I forget. Yeah, we were both out there, and that was pretty bad. The rain started to fall on the camera, and we kind of were talking about it a little bit off air. It looks like it's raining a lot harder on camera than what it actually is. We're standing in the winter circle with no umbrella or no raincoat, and it's not near as bad as that first Saturday in August was. So it looks a little deceiving on camera, but we'll take a little deeper look here at race 3, the Grade Championship 2-year-old fillies on the trot, and we see this race totally different here. You're going to use a little bit of a price on top, morning line wise anyways, 25-1. Now on the board at 5-1. Sweet Misery was a 5-time winner of 9 tries this year. Really has done nothing wrong. Maybe it's going to take a little bit to step up in competition than what she has been facing pretty much all summer.
Yeah, you know, this is a really interesting group. Sweet Misery, like you said, stepping up in a class, has been facing some decent competition at the fairs. You know, the fairs, to make the fair final, it's incredible. You have to win probably 20, 30 races. I mean, you're not making the fair final if you don't win several races, and Sweet Misery has done just that, has won 5 wins, 5 races in 9 starts. makes the Ohio Sire Stakes grade championship for $100,000 here tonight for some great connections in Jason Hanna and Pierce Henry. One that you and I both used was the 5 Triumph Over You, was second, beating a neck in the Buckeye Stallion Series Consolation last week. They went in 158. What an incredible mile that was.
And it's a time of year where we're going to be looking for the Chris Beaver trainees, as he always has them ready this time of year. Second, beating a neck last time out in the Buckeye Stallion Series Consolation, and just a horse into form here tonight. So you're getting a nice price, 4-1.
All right, I am at 6-5, 8-1. Jenna's at 4-2, 5-1. We're gonna go get some cover. It's starting to rain a little bit harder here at the track, and they'll be going postward for race number 3 here momentarily.
The skies have opened up as the rain falls for the grade championship on the 2-year-old trotting fillies to wrap up their freshman seasons. On gate. Field of 8, swinging to the stretch, $100,000 on the line. Grade championship. Here they come. They're off and trotting. Mia Sangria out looking for the lead. Mega Money toward the inside. Triumph Over You pushes forward off the car. So too did Sweet Misery. Down at the inside is Strawberry Hill as Merriman accelerates on through with Mega Money to the front. That's the 7-5 favorite. Mega Money on top. Mia Sangria, the other Beaver trainee, will get away in the second spot. In the third one, Triumph Over You is third. So Beaver is 1, 2, and 3 as they travel across the backside. Then it's Sweet Misery outside of Strawberry Hill, 4th and 5th, with Dublin's Dragonfly back in 6th. Up is 7th, and Travel Nurse is 8th and last, and they head past a 28-1 opening quarter mile. So they have 5/8 of a mile to go, and Mega Money controls this pace. Mia Sangria is locked in. Sweet Misery with a tough journey tonight. On the outside of Triumph Over You is bottled up down in a 3-hole. Swinging off the rail goes Dublin's Dragonfly for Danny Noble. Third up for Up, Saving Ground, Strawberry Hill, and the trailer Travel Nurse. So they're halfway home in 58-2, a 30-1, slight tap of the brakes, Mega Money. Into the payoff, Half leads the way. Mia Sangria at big numbers had a perfect trip for Tyler Smith. Sweet Misery with a tough one, but she's up to the second spot. Dublin's Dragonfly gets a nice second over toe. Triumph Over You stays parked at the rail in the 3-hole, up with about 6 lengths to pick up as Dublin's Dragonfly is tipping 3 wide off. Sweet Misery's back as they got to track down Mega Money. Mega Money leads over to a quarter mile left to go. Mia Sangria is trying to find a way off the pylons. 3 wide. Dublin's Dragonfly. Mia Sangria did squeeze through. Up is rallying nicely. 4 wide. Triumph Over You behind them. Travel Nurse from the backfield is called into action. Strawberry Hills at the cones. There are so many hopes with an eighth of a mile left to go. Who do you like in the Grade Championship? 4 wide up, trying to rally wide. Travel Nurse will come 5 wide. Mega Money, Mia Sangria, Dublin's Dragonfly. They're all right there. Driving finish. Mega Money still in front, up over the top with Dublin's Dragonfly. Mega Money rough down to the finish. That is tight as could be. It's Mega Money, Triumph Over You. They're all in a photo, 159 and 2. What a driving finish in the grade championship. The judge is still examining this one. That was as close as it gets. Two, Mega Money holds off the 5, Triumph Over You. 4, Dublin's Dragonfly was third. 2, 5, 4, and 3, unofficial. Please note there is an inquiry sign concerning the unofficial winner. Inquiry on the board. Taking a look at possible interference in the stretch. It does concern the 2, Mega Money, who is standing in the winner's circle, but this is the unofficial winner. The judges are looking at this. 2, 5, 4, 3, unofficial. No change. The inquiry sign comes off the board. The 2 Mega Money, owned by Christopher Beaver, the Patricia Stables, LA Express Stables, and Showblom Racing, bred by James Bender of Ohio. This is a 2-year-old bay filly by Triumphant Caviar out of the Credit Winner Mare Lotto Winner. First career win. This one strained by Chris Beaver. Aaron Merriman, the winning drive. Mega Money sets her lifetime mark, breaks her maiden in the Gray Championship, holding off her stablemate, Triumph Over You. Beaver 1-2, and the results are official. Exacta $17, Trifecta $84.20, Superfecta $41.70. Rundown from the third, Strawberry Hill was 6th. Mega Money the winner, Mia Sangria 4th, Dublin's Dragonfly 3rd, Triumph Over You was 2nd, Sweet Misery 8th, Up 5th, Travel Nurse 7th. 614-328-57. Fourth race next, 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers, no changes. Start of a pick 3, 1 minute. Please note the track was downgraded to sloppy. Track downgraded to sloppy. They're coming out to the track for the fourth race, Gray Championship for the 2-year-old Colt and Geldings. The one is Scares Me, bred by Knox Services of Ohio. They co-own with the Burke Racing Stable in Weaver Buscemi. Ron Burke, the trainer. Chris Page has the driving assignment. 2, the Onyx Dragon, bred by Brent Hopper of Kentucky. Sue Stockwell, the owner. Gary Martin trains. Justin Irvine pilots. 3, Down by the Water, was bred by Frederick Hertridge III of Delaware. Owned by Down by the Water Group. Jody Scalacci, the trainer. Chris Lems has the driving assignment. Kevin Greenfield and Michael Crapes of Ohio bred the 4 Bars and Notes. Joe Lucas trains and co-owns with At the Wire Farms. The Ohio Breeders' Champion winner at Delaware is driven by Tyler Smith. Buckeye Stallion Championship winner, Twin Bee High Tide, was bred by Twin Brook Limited of Ontario, Canada, owned by Hanners Racing, trained by Alicia Hanners, son Austin Hanners drives. 6, Cruisin' Over Fire, bred by Wayne Weaver of Ohio, is owned by Johnny Stant, Benson Roth in the Nysonger stable. Jeff Nysonger trains. Ronnie Wren Jr. has the driving assignment. And Odds on Noir, Florida, bred the 7 Odds on Valhalla, owned by Odds on Racing and UFO 4. Trained by Virgil Morgan Jr., Brett Miller in the Sulky. Back over in race number 3, my top choice was Mega Money, and she survived a wall of horses down to the finish. Almost looked like she was going to be swallowed up and maybe finish 5th or 6th in there, but nonetheless, she dug in, and Merriman got her home to win by a nose over her stablemate Beaver. Had 3 horses. They went 1, 2, 4. Flip to the 4th, Gray Championship for the 2-year-old boys. I'm landing on the 5 Twin Bee High Tide. This is the Buckeye Stallion Championship winner from Dayton. He's just been getting really sharp. I liked him a little bit back at Northfield in that Sire Stakes race from the rail when he was 8-1 behind Rick Wink, part of his 8-for-8 season leading up to the Scarlet Championship last night. But Twin Bee High Tide's been on fire the last 2 weeks. Big efforts, and I think he's in the right spot. Austin Hanners looks for a double. For second, I'll use the 3 Down by the Water. Finished 3rd. He made a move at Rick Wink. Did get caught late for 2nd, but thought he raced well at Dayton. His effort at Delaware, he was on the front and got caught at the wire. Maybe just got tired or was looking around or something. Down by the Water, though, I think he's got the right post, and Lems can maybe try and be aggressive here with him. I'm going to use him 2nd, and for 3rd, the 2, the Onyx Dragon. He was the runner-up to Twin Bee High Tide, and he has a really good post here for Justin Irvine's. Only missed the board once. I'm at 5-3-2-1. Jess is at 5-2-3-1, and Jenna and Jess are inside the grandstand. Taking a look at the 4th.
Thanks, Kenny. Yes, we are inside the grandstand as a little bit of a downpour there, Jenna, in that last race. But a very exciting finish there between Mega Money and Triumph Over You. And they could throw a blanket over them. So good finish there in the 2-year-old filly trot. On we rolled to the 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pace. And we really took a deep dive on this one when we were going over our picks in the pick 4. And we talked about, you know, maybe in these multi-leg wagers where you could probably use, you know, a lot of horses to spice things up. As I look out on the tote board, 4 to 5 On the 5, that's the favorite, Twinbee High Tide for Alicia Hanners, Austin Hanners in the bike. Obviously a very strong win at Delaware, 19-length winner, 52-3. Come back to win the Buckeye Stallion Series final at Dayton. Parked that middle half of the mile before taking over there, 52-1. Four-time winner from 8 starts. Jenna draws to the outside of the gate here. I guess more to the middle of the pack, I guess I could say. There's a couple horses to his inside though that can leave it. It might be a little tougher if Austin wants to push forward rather than maybe make a move.
They were able to pluck this guy out of the Harrisburg sale for just $20,000, and even racing against tough competition this year, he's already made over $84,000 this season as a 2-year-old. He added Lasix here at Northfield Park in that second place finish, and it really seems like it's been benefiting him. Last time out on that in the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship, he came home 29 flat, but a 52-1 mile, and he really had to work for it there. The line where he shows a break at Scioto, I don't know what went wrong there. Maybe a speed break trying to get things going in there. And this is a race where we talked about last night. This is just a very, very deep division.
Yes.
So when you're chasing around Swingtown and Rick Wink all season, who came back and both were excellent in defeat last night to Sippin' on Sea Rock, a year where you think you have a standout colt and a bunch of others, one shows up. He has quite the resume himself coming in. Little to the outside bothers me just a little bit. I mean, I still single him and have confidence in him in the multi-leg wagers, but all the speed is to his inside.
Right.
In racing on a half-mile track. We'll see how Austin decides to get off the wings. Got off the wings good at Delaware. He was a convincing winner. And what I like about that mile, Jess, is he showed us some speed on both ends of the mile. Had the rail to work with, got down to the quarter in 27-2. Clearly was a winner by open lengths, and he still paced home in 27-3. Speeds on both ends of the mile. This is just a really talented son down by the seaside, as he wasn't taking all the money early, but he now is taking all the money as he's still 4-5 on the tote board.
Another son down by the seaside, 3 down by the water. On the opposite end of Twinbee High Tide being heavy in the win column, he's not, and it's unfortunate he doesn't have more wins in the win column because he's been racing so well. He cut the mile in that Ohio Breeders' Championship in Delaware. He was 3rd in that last leg of the Ohio Sire Stakes at Dayton behind Rick Wink and Extra Suds. You just look down the program page, plenty of speed from this guy as well. I think that's his best attribute, him being forwardly placed off of the gate.
When we opened up wagering here for the 4th, he was a heavy favorite on the tote board, so that's something to always look out for. The horse that was taking all of the early money, in this case, it was down by the water, and with a horse like this, where he's been on the board 5 of 7, it kind of shows the program of Ohio. He still has over $54,000 made this season and just 1 win on the card, and that win came in a non-winners of 1 race where he was just able to go right down the road. Nobody bothered him at Scioto that night. 52-2 miles, established a lifetime mark there. But when you're 3rd behind Swingtown, then odds on Valhalla, who unfortunately just drew the outside post here today, there's no shame in that game, and this is just another talented son of Down by the Seaside, and if you want to shoot against the favorite right now, he would be the one to look at 4-1.
Fear the Dragon has 2 offsprings in here, the 1 and the 2. We'll start with the 2, the Onyx Dragon. He was a winner at Delaware 2 back. He's got 7 wins from 12 starts this season, Jenna, between the Buckeye Stallion and the Ohio Fair Circuit. He was 2nd in the Buckeye Stallion Series final last time out. That was a tough trip he had to overcome, and quite honestly, coming off that far turn, thought he was going to stop there a bit, but he just kept digging. Once those horses get up next to him, he continues to roll on.
Twinbee High Tide just got the jump on him that night, but that was still a very impressive mile, holding on for 2nd there. Back a 52-4 mile. You do get the post advantage here on the favorite, and maybe Justin will be able to use that in his favor.
And the 1 scares me, definitely scares me on the board at 10-1. I'd be using him in my exotics as well. He's coming off of a win in the Buckeye Consolation 2. 1 win from 7 starts this season, 4 on the board finishes, of course, with the duo of Chris Page and Ron Burke. The starting gate rolls into position for the Great Championship. 2-year-old Colton Gelding's on the pace. Jenna's going to go 5-3-2-1. I'm going to go 5-2-3-1 as well. Good luck.
Wings open for the Gray Championship for the 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers. Here they come. They're off and pacing down by the water. Takes a big swing off the car. He's put some bumpy steps in there, though. The Onyx Dragon toward the inside with Scares Me along the rail. Into the first turn they go. Down by the water. Works his way to the front as he minds his manners so far. The Onyx Dragon came out second. Scares Me third. Then it's Twin B High Tide. That's the 1-5 big favorite, and he's slotted in mid-pack for Hanners, and he's 3 better than Bars and Notes, who occupies the 5th spot. A gap of 3 to Cruising Over Fire and Odds on Valhalla, the back marker. 28-second opening quarter for Down by the Water. On top, a length and a half. The Onyx Dragon pockets up. Scares Me is third. The Buckeye Championship winner, Twin B High Tide, is fourth, and he's 5.5 behind. Austin Hanner's now sliding off the rail with him, so he feeds him some racetrack, and he'll tow Bars and Notes into contention. Cruising Over Fire and Odds on Valhalla, the back markers. So it's Down by the Water out front. He gets things his own way, and he's on top by about a length and a half over the Onyx Dragon. They're halfway home in 57-3. 29-3 Breather for Down by the Water with a 2-length advantage. The Onyx Dragon second. Twin B High Tide already has his plugs out on the outside. He's still got 3 lengths to pick up. Scares Me is in at the pylons next. Bars and Notes didn't keep up with the cover outside of Cruising Over Fire and Odds on Valhalla, the trailer. Up the backstretch they go. Down by the Water leads by 2. The presence of the favorite is Twin B High Tide. Now he's just a length behind, and they head to the 3/4 station in 1:25-1, 27-3 backside sprint for Down by the Water. Into the far turn with the lead. Twin B High Tide on the outside, still a half a length behind, with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Down by the Water. Lem's imploring him to finish this up. Twin B High Tide is bearing down. Then the Onyx Dragon, they turn for home, and Twin B High Tide is powering away. Twin B High Tide, the Buckeye Stallion Championship, is now a Gray Championship winner. The Onyx Dragon's up for second. Down by the Water was third, 1:53-4. Five, 2, 3, 1 unofficial. Back to the winner's circle is the 5 Twin B High Tide, owned by the Hanners Racing, trained by Alicia Hanners. Austin Hanners with his second driving victory of the program. 2-year-old bay colt down by the seaside out of the sports rider mare Lovely Aaron. Bred by Twin Brook Limited of Ontario, Canada, 5th lifetime win. He now matches that Buckeye Stallion Championship win with a grade championship win here on the Super Weekend Twin B High Tide. 153 and 4 gives him 3 in a row. Well, Austin Hanners teed it up in race number 1, and he does back up with the win. Twin B High Tide. Carter standing by with Twin B High Tide's winning driver, Austin Hanners.
Thanks so much, Kenny. And Austin, you're becoming a popular figure. 2 wins in 4 races. You get a big victory here with Twin B High Tide. I saw Alicia tearing up. What does this mean to you guys?
Absolutely everything. You know, it's been a long year. He's been awesome. We finished out the way we wanted to. He's just been an exceptional horse.
Yeah, you rode the coattails of Down by the Water, who set some pretty honest fractions, but you guys were really sprinting going up the back stretch there.
Yeah, this horse, he's got a huge motor. Like, I was never worried at any point. He just, when I ask him, he gives you everything he's got. Like I said, he's just an exceptional horse.
Austin, congratulations. Go celebrate.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Twin B High Tide. Exacta $7, trifecta $19.40, superfecta $4.78. On track for the 5th to wrap up the freshman grade championships. 1, Rose Run Ari. Bred by Rose Run Farms of Ohio, owned by Greg Luther Racing, trained by Todd Luther, Austin Hanners Pilots. 2, Stud Muffin T. Bred and owned by the TD Trot of Florida. Jeff Smith trains, Trevor Smith drives. Malon Miller of Ohio bred the 3, Silverton. Rosie Weaver and David Jury co-own. Rosie Weaver trains, Hunter Myers. In tow. 4, What a Buckeye. Bred by Rachel Osborne of Michigan and Thomas Adams of Ohio. Is owned by Anthony Miller and Hagerman Racing. Trained by Herman Hagerman, Dan Noble in the sulky. The 5, Rose Run Arch. Bred by the Rose Run Farms. Ronnie Wren Jr. driving for trainer Jeff Conger. Co-owns with Josh Conger and the Knox Services. 6 is Uncle Moneybags, bred by the Spurwood Farm of Ohio, is owned by Beaver, Carter, the VIP Unit Stables, and Homan. Chris Beaver trains, Aaron Merriman at the lines. 7, Bravo Hill, Chris Page is driving for trainer Ron Burke. Burke Racing Stable, Hatfield Stables, Knox Services, and RIS Racing the owners, bred by Marvin Raber of Ohio. And Johnny Hostetler of Ohio bred the 8, Illegally Funded, Tyler Smith aboard for Mike Paul Hamas, Cohen's with Kevin McQuinn. Back over in race number 4, Twin B High Tide lived up to the 1-5 billing with another championship win this season. First it was the Buckeyes, now the Gray Championship. Twin B High Tide, son of Down by the Seaside, just a $20,000 purchase, and he has more than won that back. As we roll to the 5th, I went to the 2, Stud Muffin T. They put trotting hobbles on this guy 2 back. He did end up making a break at Delaware once he was making a move to the outside in the Ohio Breeders' Championship, but he went to Dayton and was able to stay flat there, finishing second behind Oh So Fast, who came back, and you could argue Oh So Fast may have won yesterday. He was put in a break coming down to the finish, unlucky for the connections. But Stud Muffin T raced well there from the back. Now it's his 3rd start with the trotting hobbles. He does have the break at the half mile, but he got over Northfield before finishing second, and I thought from a good post, Stud Muffin T would offer some value. For second, I used the 1, Rose Run Ari to the inside. Major post relief went from post 9 in a Sire Stakes race and post 7 in the Ohio Breeders' Championship to the rail here. Don't know how much early speed this guy has. Is from the rail in Scioto. He got away in 7th, but nonetheless, he looks to break through, and Austin Hanners already has 2 wins on the program for 3rd, using the 5, Rose Run Arch, 2nd time on trotting hobbles and Lasix as well. 2154 for me, Jess Otten 5146, and she's standing by with Michael Carter to take a further look at the 5th.
Well, another exciting finish there, Mike, in race number 4 with those 2-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers. Jenna and I kind of talked about it there. You know, it's a really deep division with the Scarlet and Gray Championships there. Twin B High Tide gets the job done. And speaking of Jenna, she's still alive in this early pick 4. I'm not quite sure who her numbers are, but actually, you know what? It's right here. She's alive with the 2 and the 5. So pretty logical horses in here. You're going to go elsewhere. You're going to stick the 1 on the top of your ticket, Rose Winari, Todd Luther, Austin Hanners teaming up here. And when you come into the grade championships, you find a lot of horses that might not have as many 1s in the win column if they've been facing, you know, the likes of the tougher division horses. They recently added trotting hobbles about 5 starts ago. A couple of on-the-board finishes, gets the rail to work with, and Austin already has 2 wins on the night. And I think that's, you know, key kind of coming into a race like this.
Yeah, trainer Todd Luther is looking for his 1st win of the weekend. Austin Hanners looking for his 3rd victory of the night. Finally gets an inside draw here. Drew outside of Dayton and at Delaware. If you look at that line, of Dayton finished 6th. He was placed 5th against Oh So Fast, who was one of the 2 horses that were disqualified in this division last night. Draws inside here, does have a little bit of early speed. I'll be interested to see what Austin does here. You know, there's not much speed to his outside. You know, maybe Silverton or Stud Muffin T could leave a little bit, but What a Buckeye is really going to have to work hard to get off the wing. So Rose Run Ari may wind up on the front end here and trying to control the fractions.
7-2, you're getting on him. He's the son of Triumphant Caviar. You also like the 4, What a Buckeye, and Jenna and I kind of talked about this. We had 2 3-1 morning lines here, What a Buckeye and Roseman Arch. You know, there's a lot of X's on the program page for me. They added the trotting hobbles last time out. You know, he left aggressively off of the gate from post 8. I mean, what is working to his advantage, I guess, in here is getting some post relief. He's got to find a way to mind his manners.
Yeah, you know, one of those things, they experimented with trotting hobbles last week. I was surprised that they put Trotting Hobbles back on here tonight, considering that it really didn't seem to do much for this horse last week. But Dan Noble clearly has confidence in this horse. What the Hill, we saw the great things that he did. He went to your place and won the TVG. So clearly he's got some really nice breeding. If he can mind his manners, be forwardly placed, he could replicate that State Fair effort back on August the 2nd.
You know, I thought it was a really nice step in the right direction for Rose Run Arc. Added the trotting hobbles and Lasix last time out. Parked the middle half of that mile at Dayton. Come up a little short there, but look who he's, obviously oh so fast, who was in the Scarlet Championship last night. Stud Muffin, who he's going to face again here, only being a length and 3/4. A horse who does show some braking issues, mainly behind the gate. It looks like if he just gets off on the right foot, it's nothing but forward from there.
Yeah, definitely, and it would be great to see Rose Run Arc win for Trader Jeff Conger. He's one of the guys stabled on our backstretch. He has had some champion racehorses of his own like over the past several years. He's got a nice 2-year-old by a long time here who is 0 for 7 currently in his 2-year-old campaign. What a time to break his maiden right here tonight. He's actually priced right, 3-1, not bad on the board. He does have a little bit of speed, and that mile last week wasn't all that bad. Stepped up out of the Ohio Breeders' Championship after finishing 5th at Delaware. I didn't like him that day. We were both at Delaware that weekend. It just wasn't a big fan. He took a little bit of time off, took some time off coming into this race, and I could see him improving here.
You know, the more and more I look at the tote board, the more and more I like the 2 Stud Muffin Tea. I remember when Ooh La La was a racehorse. I feel like that kind of makes me a bit older now, but she was a very classy racehorse for the Smiths, for Jeff and Kathy and TD Trot. Now they've got a son of Long Tom here. A couple of braking issues throughout his 2-year-old campaign. He's got 2 second-place finishes, including that last start, Mike. He had post 7 from Dayton. That was the second start with the trotting hobbles. He saved every bit of ground he could. I thought it was a really nice effort from him. He gets a good post to work with. I think this race could set up for him.
He won't get away 7th this time.
No,
that's
he won't.
For sure.
He definitely
That's for sure
won't.
from post 2. That was a really big effort. If you're just looking at the lines, it doesn't do it near the justice, as Jess said. You really got to go back and watch the replay of this race. I mean, just incredible mile. I mean, had to chase down Oh So Fast, who raced last night, and Oh So Fast, we saw how big he was, right? So Stud Muffin Tea, the price is absolutely right, 6-1 on that horse. And you're trying to get value in these races. There's sometimes some hidden value, and you got it right there.
So Mega Money won for Aaron and Chris Beaver earlier on in the card. You want to make a hunch play here. The favorite right now is Uncle Moneybags for Aaron and Chris as well. A couple of breaking issues with this one. I look up at the tote board. Oh, no, he's not the favorite. Well, he was the favorite. He's co-favorite, 3-1 on the board. Interesting for an interesting spot for this one here. 1 win from 8 starts, 4 additional on the board finishes. Obviously making a break last time out in Dayton. Didn't really do him any justice. But a horse that's been racing quite well as well. 2-year-old Colton Gelding's on the trot. Great Championship is heading towards the gate. Mike's going to go 1-4-5-2. I'm going to go 5-1-4-6. Good luck. Kenny has a call.
The wings have opened for the 5th. It's the final grade championship for the 2-year-olds on this Super Weekend program. Here they come. They're off and trotting. What a Buckeye. Gets the first call. Silverton toward the inside with Rose Run Ari and Stud Muffin Tea. Rose Run Arch was on the accelerator early on as Uncle Moneybags glides down to the rail. Then it's Bravo Hill and Illegally Funded out the back. On to the backstretch they go, driving to the opening quarter. What a Buckeye, trying to take over the lead from Silverton, who does release. So What a Buckeye to the front. Rose Run Ari, the 9-5 favorite, occupies the third position as they work across the backstretch and hit the opening quarter in 28 3/5 seconds. They're followed by Rose Run Arch, traveling better than Stud Muffin Tea. Then it's Uncle Moneybags. It's a gap of 3 to Illegally Funded, and Bravo Hill is on a gallop. So around this far turn for the first time, What a Buckeye, controlling the pace. Silverton at the inside will race from a pocket spot as Rose Run Ari's first up and driving, towing Rose Run Arch into contention second over. So the favorites 1-2 in that outer flow. Stud Muffin T vacates the rail to be third over. Uncle Moneybags will take the short route and slide into a 3-hole, and then it's Illegally Funded and Bravo Hill out of it. 59 seconds to complete the first lap with just less than 1 lap to go. It's What a Buckeye who calls the shots. Rose Run Ari cranking up the pressure on the outside. These two stride for stride. Rose Run Arch got a nice second over spot for Ronnie Wren Jr. with just 2.5 to pick up. Silverton at the inside, then Stud Muffin Tea with Uncle Moneybags, and they travel 2 3/4. What a Buckeye, trying to hold off the sustained threat of Rose Run Ari, who pokes his nose in front. Rose Run Ari takes over after 3/4 in 1:28 2. What a Buckeye is at the cones. 3 wide, Rose Run Arch, Stud Muffin Tea outside of Silverton. We lost Uncle Moneybags to a break, and there's an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Rose Run Ari just in front. What a Buckeye down at the inside. 3 wide, Rose Run Arch. They're 3 across the course as they straighten for home. Rose Run Ari, Rose Run Arch down the center. Rose Run Arch, Rose Run Ari. What a Buckeye. Rose Run Arch gains the upper hand. Rose Run Arch wins. Rose Run Ari was second. What a Buckeye was third. Stud Muffin T was fourth. 1:59 2. Back to the winner's circle of the 5, Rose Run Arch. Ronnie Wren Jr., the winning driver for trainer Jeff Conger. Cohen's with Knox Services and Josh Conger, bred by the Rose Run Farm of Ohio. 2-year-old bay gelding by Long Tom out of the full count mare Count on Cammy. First career win, Rose Run Arch. 1:59 2. 5, 1, 4, and 2 is unofficial. We'll send it down to Jenna Otten standing by with winning driver Ronnie Wren Jr.
Thanks, Kenny. Here with winning driver Ronnie Wren Jr. Rose Run Arc finds his way back into the winner's circle to break his maiden. Not a bad way to make your break your maiden, huh?
No, it was. He raced really well tonight. I just told Jeff the same thing, actually. Like, what a night to do it. He was really good tonight. You know, I've had a little trouble with braking, leaving the gate early in the year, but you know, he's really coming into his own. I think he's gonna make a really good 3-year-old.
You haven't drove them in the last 2 starts, but the last start they added Lasix and trotting hobbles. Talk to us a little about the addition of both.
Yeah, I think the trotting hobbles really help him out of the gate, where I can kind of get him out of the gate and get him in a better spot. And you know, Lasix seemed to help tonight, so I was very happy with him.
Take us through the mile. You were second over, and you had to go 3 deep. A little bit early there past the 3/4 pole. Were you confident in the stretch? You were battling some tough horses.
Yeah, Austin was having a little trouble steering his in the turn, so, I had a lot of trot, and when I tipped him, he responded.
Couple horses you have coming up here tonight in the Gray Championship. Zuma Beach for trainer Brian Brown. Kind of looking for a bounce-back effort here tonight.
Yeah, I've drove her a couple times for Brian. She always races good here. We'll take a look at it. I think I got the outside, maybe 6-hole. But if, she steps up her game, she can go with them.
And another one, What an Ocean View in the tough 3-year-old Colt Pace. You do have a scratch in there, so you may be able to use that to your advantage, being one of the Burke trainees in there.
Yeah, that's another one I've drove once, and he's nice. He fits in the race. He's got the 5-hole now, so, hopefully he can be a little aggressive and get a good trip.
Rose Run Arch takes the Gray Championship for 2-year-old Colt in Geldings. Ronnie Wren, congratulations. Thanks for joining us, and best of luck the rest of the night.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Ronnie Wren Jr. He had 3 wins on last night's program. Picks up 1 here. Exacta $17.80. Trifecta $75.40. Pick 4 $41.60. The Superfecta $24.14. Top down, Rose Run Ari second, Stud Muffin T fourth, Silverton fifth, What a Buckeye third, Rose Run Arch the winner. Uncle Moneybag seventh, Bravo Hill eighth, Illegally Funded sixth, 245, 317, 8, and sixth. Sixth race is next, kicks off the mid-card, pick 5. Now winners are 1 Trot Field to the track in 9 minutes.
Back here in Studio B to kick off the Pick 5 sequence races 6 through 10. Michael Carter alongside of Jenna Otten, and we're so thankful that Spot and 2 Ottens were able to join us this weekend for our Sire Stakes Championships. The Scarlet last night, the Gray here this evening. Again, race number 6 kicks off that Pick 5 sequence. I am 3 deep here to the 1, the 2, and the 7. Top pick for me is the 7, Taddy Hill. Going to try to get some value currently at 9-2 on the board. This is the speed of the race for trainer Rosie Weaver.
I'm going to go a little bit opposite. I'm just going to go 2 deep, and I only use the 2 and the 4, and my top selection being the 2, Grace in Action. I was going to be taking on the same competition, or a little bit less than what she has been facing, and just has been consistent. 0 for 18, a little bit scary, but we'll look to break a little streak here to look to pick up her first win of the season.
Well, we found some horses that are going to be good at breaking their maidens here this evening. Race number 7 is a condition pacing event, exacta trifecta, superfecta wagering. No changes in that 7th race. We are 2 deep to the 4 and the 9. Top pick 4B, and there is the 4 Western BB. Picks up Dan Noble for the first time, is facing easier company here for trader Dale Edwards and gets some major post relief.
We agree on this one. I'm 2 deep, and I use the 4 and the 5, but Western BB gets major post relief for me. A post 8, post 6, 7, 7. Post God's not been kind to this 4-year-old as he looks to pick up his 3rd of the season. I think that's the first horse we've agreed on about all weekend.
All weekend, probably, right? Except one thing about it, Jenna's been right more times than I have this weekend. So, race number 8 is a field of trotters. It's the $100,000 Ohio Sire Stakes Grade Championship for 3-year-old Colt and Gelding trotters. Please note that $20,000 guaranteed pick 4 in race number 8. I am 2 deep here to the 1 and the 2. Top pick for me is the 2 Rose Run Zoom. Although the Rose Runs have not done great for me this weekend, Rose Run Zoom is one of the more consistent horses in the field. I know trader Rosie Weaver has this horse geared up and ready to go here tonight.
I singled Bowie still in my pick 4, and so I'm going to single him here in the pick 5 as well. Very solid effort in the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship last time out. 2nd beaten a neck, said it in the pregame show. Tom Swifty is a horse that's been doing very good work all season long, so no fault to his own, coming off of a 2nd place finish, and he's been consistent in the Sire Stake and the Buckeye Stallion Series all year for Team Ren. 5 of 11, looking for him to make it 6 of 12 here to kick off the pick 4 and use him as a single in the pick 5.
I like it. Race number 9 is the Ohio Sire Stakes Grade Championship for 3-year-old filly Pacers. This is probably one of the most competitive fields of the evening. I am 3 deep here to the 2 John Shadow, 3 Zuma Beach, to the 6 Calypso Pearl. Top pick for me is the 2 John's Shadow, trained and driven by Bo Brown, coming off of a victory.
I used that one in there for 4th, but I'm still 2 deep in here. That ultra impressive Calypso Pearl, again, talked about it a little bit, lost on the coin flip. You might know more about that than me in the race secretary there, but lost on the coin flip to get into either the scarlet or the gray. So she lands in the gray, coming off of a very convincing win at Delaware, where holding off Seaside Diva, who came back to win the Scarlet Championship last night. So No Nocturone has not missed the board as the unraced 2-year-old by Fear the Dragon looks to pick up her 7th win of the season. Calypso Pearl just on a very game streak right now.
Now, for those who are wondering about the rules for the Sire Stakes, once they tie, you find out how much money they've made in the Sire Stakes. If they are still tied, then the judge gets to draw it out of a hat, and that's really what it came down to. Was
we had that a couple times last year.
Final in the Consolation. So race number 10 kicks off that 50-cent pick 6. Normally in race 8, it's in race 10 here tonight. I am 2 deep here to the 4 and the 6. Top pick here for me is the 4 West 55, the Ron Stack trainee, coming off a 4th place effort last time out. That was a really big mile. You got to go back and watch it. That was from the outside and did win in Delaware. Clearly likes a half-mile track.
Yeah, parked past a quarter there in 28-1 can be a little hot for a 3-year-old filly. I used her on my tickets, but I do slot in the Annette Lorenzen trainee on top, just as I am Austin Hanners in the bike there. Do note the driver change, but she was a winner in that Buckeye Stallion Series Championship. Just another ultra impressive filly by Lion Hunter. 4 of 13 after going 4 of 10 last year. Outside post does post 6, so not too terrible, but it does worry me a little bit. So I back her up with She's Spicy, who's going to be on Lasix for the 2nd time. One of the angles I like to take. So I go 2, 4, and 6 in race 10.
All right, there are our pick 5 thoughts and selections for you. Race number 6 is about to come out of the racetrack here in just a couple of minutes. Jenna and I will be back to deep dive into race number 6. Good luck at all of your wagering strategies in this upcoming pick 5.
Trotters for the 6th on the track, 1 Sunset Acres Girl. Along with the stable group, Jason McGinnis trains. Anthony McDonald has the lines. 2 Grace in action, Elliot Deaton aboard for Bob Idens and owner Linda Polk. 3, Here's Lily, owned and trained by Nora Osborne, Ed Conrad in the sulky. 4, Jules Cup, Kurt Sugg drives for Eddie Miller, owner Adam Friedland. 5, Fool Me Moxie, owned by Isaiah and Terry Shrake. Isaiah Shrake trains. Mark St. Louis Jr. calls the shots. 6, Mazoyer, owned by the Knutson Trotting Incorporated. Christopher Beaver trains. Aaron Merriman has the lines. The 7, Taddy Hill, owned by John Schlauback and the Walnut View Farm. Rosie Weaver trains. Hunter Myers pushes the buttons. The 8's Mindful Amos, owned by Betty Clegg, trained by Bill Rhodes. Justin Irvine has the driving assignment. And the 9, Muscle Detector, owned by First Step Racing Stable, trained by Jason Brewer, using Greg Grismore. Back over in the 5th race, it was the final freshman grade championship, and it went to Rose Run Arch. Nice performance there to pick up his maiden breaker. As we roll to the 6th, I went to the 7, Taddy Hill. Hunter Myers has driven these Rosie Weaver horses a couple of times in the past, and he's usually pretty aggressive with this one or with them. And this one has some speed off the car. Filly facing some of the boys here, but I thought Taddy Hill could leave, and she's been racing well in the fairs with 17 top 3 finishes from 23 starts. So I'm going to use Taddy Hill on top, as she's certainly been able to handle the fair track, so I think she has no problem getting over the track here. She left from post 8 in a 27 3/4 over at Delaware. She finished 4th, faded badly in the last 1/8 of a mile or so, but that was a tough task to make it to the lead from post 8 that quickly at Delaware. So I think Taddy Hill certainly has the speed, and I'll try her luck tonight. For second, using the 4, Jules Cup, back-to-back second place finishes for this girl out of the Eddie Miller barn. She's trending in the right direction since moving into the new barn and has a good post. And for third, using the 9, Muscle Detector, moves into the Jason Brewer barn, now 3rd start with the new connections there, and was an okay 4th place finish, rallying from the back last week. I think has post relief here, going from post 7 to post 9, so should help early on. Use him 3rd. 7-4-9-6 for me, Jess Otten, 4-2-1-6. Best of luck.
Thanks so much, Kenny. We're back here for race number 6. Again, it kicks off this $1 low 14% takeout pick 5 sequence exacta trifecta wagering. And taking a look, Jenna, at the betting board, you talk about a wide open board. There's not many times you see a favorite here at MGM Northfield Park that is 3-1 on the board, but there are several horses that are single-digit odds. Lots of horses taking money here, including my top pick, the 7, Tadia Hill, and your top pick, the 2, Grace in Action.
I just think a little bit of post relief from what this horse has been facing in her last few, post 6, and then she had post 3 here, and against a little tough company. Big Limo is a horse that's been doing some good work throughout the course of the season. Post 3 got away 3rd, ended up 3rd in that field, and then the outside post from the last 2 or 3 there. I'm going to be taking a little bit of a dip in class as she's been facing the non-winners of 2 condition claimers. Slides down here to the non-winners of 1 condition claiming race. So Elliot Deaton in the bike here again. 0 for 18 is a little bit concerning. Just 1 of 22 lifetime, but something we like to say is every streak needs to come to an end, whether it's a good one or a bad one. So look to break a bad streak here with this daughter of Team 6.
7, Tadia Hill for me is my top pick, the Rosie Weaver tradie. This is one of a couple that I like for Rosie here tonight. I think she's going to have a pretty big night. We're only not even halfway through the card yet, so she can still get reel off 2 or 3 victories. Was second at Coshocton, second at Dover, has been racing mostly in the fair circuits. 5 for 23, a lifetime after going winless as a 2-year-old. Filly has a good amount of early speed. This is a really interesting spot. I think maybe Tadia Hill ended up in this race because of the Sire Stakes Gray Championships, because she had to ship a few others here. Said, why not? We'll put another one in because the fair season is coming to an end.
In the fair circuit, it's a very tough race or tough circuit here in Ohio, and something we've talked about before is maybe non-winners of 1 is less company than what those fair fair races hold a very tough fair circuit here. There's 4 options to choose from, and this is a one that Taddy Hill has been 5 of 23 this season. Hunter Myers jumps in the bike here tonight, but again, sometimes non-owners of one company can be softer than the fair circuit.
Anthony McDonald already has a win on the program and is trying for another one with the one that Sunset Acres Girl. I know there are several owners from the stable.ca, and I know Keith Gisser can't hear me standing over there at the door, but Keith Gisser owns a piece of this 3-year-old filly by Sunset Acres, a banker, with 6 beating 11 lengths against non-owners of one company, was doing some nice work out in Michigan, finished 3rd in those 2 races. That's out in your neck of the woods, though.
Yeah. And the final up there goes for 100,000, and was so it's not a bad circuit to get involved in. As the sale just went by up there, but I mean the final went for $99,600. Unfortunately, she made a mistake in there, but just the second start in the McGinnis barn, second start Anthony will sit behind her, just 1 of 13 this season, but having the Royal Anthony McDonald in the bike, you would think that we would be pushing forward off the wings.
Another horse taking a little bit of money is the horse on the screen right now, the 4 Jules Cup for trader Edward Miller. Did make a miscue 2 starts back. That was just kind of a random miscue. It's hit the board 5 of 16 times this season, is 0 for 16 this year, but has finished second in 2 of her most recent efforts. Kurt Sugg is back aboard here tonight after being off last week.
I used this one to kick off the pick 5 as well. Second in a debut at the Edward Miller barn, or second start in the Edward Miller barn. And when you get a horse shipping in from Saratoga and making your first start in the barn, maybe something went wrong and they made adjustments. And if that's the case, then they made the correct adjustments and came back, and she has rifled off 2 second-place finishes in a row. Kurt Sugg sat behind her 2 starts ago and gets the call again here tonight.
The rain's starting to play some havoc with the racetrack. You look at that head-on shot, you could tell how wet the racetrack is. Jenna, from being here last night, we got a lot of rain late in the program last night. Then we got a crazy thunderstorm overnight. This racetrack is actually holding up very well considering how much rain we've gotten.
Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. And the 2-year-old Colts win in 53 and 4, so it can't be that bad. Going out there 27 and changes on the backside. It can't be too bad. They're still putting in some very impressive miles here, and the rain does continue to fall though, so we'll keep that in mind.
All right, the Gary Locke starting gate moving into position for race number 6. Again, it kicks off that low 14%, $1 pick 5 sequence. Good luck at all of your wagering strategies. Kenny Livingood with the call.
Wings open for the 6th. Full field of 9 trotters make the turn. Kick off this mid-card, pick 5. They're off and trotting. Mindful Amos out with Jules Cup. Toward the inside goes Grace in Action, Sunset Acres Girl, and Taddy Hill will float out for some forward position as Muscle Detector from the 2nd tier slides up into 5th, so Taddy Hill is relegated off the speed to race from 6th as they work to the back stretch. Then it's a gap of 2 to Fool Me, Moxie, and Mazoyer as they work across the back stretch, and out the back is Here's Lily. So up top, Grace in Action. One of the favorites here is on top over Jules Cup, and they head to the opening quarter mark 29 and 1. Mindful Amos left into a nice spot there for Irvine racing 3rd. Sunset Acres Girl is 4th. Muscle Detector 5th and already dropped better than 8 lengths off the lead. Taddy Hill is next. They are really strung out. Fool Me Moxie better than Mazoyer, and another 6 back to Here's Lily. It's got to be 20 lengths from nose to tail as Grace in Action controls the pace out front. Jules Cup second, Mindful Amos third, Sunset Acres Girl opts to stay in, as Muscle Detector will try his luck first up, and he's not picking up any help. He'll tow Taddy Hill. Third up, Mazoyer outside of Fool Me Moxie, and here's Lily's been outgunned throughout. 1 minute and 2/5. That's a 31-1 second quarter for Grayson Action, who stole that panel. 3/8 of a mile left to High Step. Grayson Action leads the way. Jules Cup locked in by a first up Muscle Detector. Taddy Hill getting a second over toe for Hunter Myers. Mindful Amos down at the inside. Mazoyer excess cover for that one. Down at the inside, Sunset Acres Girl was pinned in and shuffled. Then Fool Me Moxie. 3/4, 1:30 and 3. There's less than a quarter mile to trot, and Grayson Action to track down. Muscle Detector continues to grind home. Taddy Hill fanning 3 wide. Mazoyer trying to rev it up 4 wide. Sunset Acres Girl splitting rivals. Jules Cup hasn't spent a penny and needs a place to race. They turn for home. Grayson Action off to turn with the lead. Jules Cup, Mazoyer building up all this momentum down the center. A head pull just came off of one of them. Here's Jules Cup down the center. Mazoyer to the finish. Jules Cup in front. Mazoyer second. Then it's either Grayson Action or Mindful Amos, 2:02 and 2. Four, 6, 8, 2. Unofficial. In the winner's circle, the 4 Jules Cup, owned by Adam Friedland, trained by Eddie Miller. Kurt Sugg, the winning driver. 3-year-old Bay Filly by World Cup out of the SJ's Photo Mare Novena Hanover. Bred by John Bowman of Indiana. Second lifetime win, first this season, 2:02 and 2. Exacta $41.60. Trifecta $1,100.40. The pick 3 $18.70. Top down to the 6th, Sunset Acres Girl was 7th, Grayson Action 4th. Here's Lily 9th, Jules Cup the winner, Fool Me Moxie 8th, Mazoyer 2nd, Tatty Hills 6th, Mindful Amos 3rd, Muscle Detector 5th, 749, 182, 635, 7th next, no changes, 4 minutes. Horses are on track for the 7th. 1 pulling the strings. Kurt Sugg drives for Eddie Miller. Owners Rebecca Sugg, Ashley Dunn, and Adam Friedland. 2 Lions Lou. Hunter Myers drives for owner trainer John Sullivan. 3 Sergeant Highway. Chris Page aboard for Jeff Mallett and owners Theodore and Patricia Schuss. David Pern still owns the 4 Western BB. Dale Edwards trains Dan Noble in tow. 5 is Doug's Jacks. Brett Miller drives for Brian Boring and owner Douglas Hartung. The Room 4040 LLC stables into the 6 Northern Angle. Elliot Deaton pushes the buttons for trainer Ryan Deaton. Tisha Lohman owns and trains the 7 Guns Blazin'. Chris Lem's aboard. 8 Yamami Blue Chip. Aaron Merriman drives for John Oliverio. Cones with Jeffrey and Kimberly Lamb. And the 9 Always Andrew. Mark St. Louis Jr. Between the wheels for Timothy Lane and owner Dennis Ritz. Back over in race number 6, my top choice Taddy Hill ended up finishing in 6th. That's Jules Cup. A nice performance there for Kurt Sugg and Eddie Miller. We roll over to the 7th. I ultimately landed on the 2 Lions Lou. He does come over from the Meadows, facing non-winners of 4,500s and non-winners of 2,000 there. The races haven't been particularly well, backing up through the field, finishing 9th, 9th, and 8th, but he still was able to pace 54. Now he's got the inside post, is 1 for 24, but he teams up with Hunter Myers for the first time, and he's got an inside draw here, and I'm going to look for him to maybe get back to a little bit better form. He's going to have to turn the tables, but I think the price will be right. Right now he's 3 to 1. We'll see if that ultimately ends up drifting up, but I'm going to try Lions Lou on top. For a second, using the 1, pulling the strings. Sticks at now 2,500, but he gets the rail here. Was shuffled back to 8th last week and was able to shake free late to be 5th. Was 2nd, 2 back against the Nowers 1,500 field, but has the rail here in the barn. Already has a win for 3rd, the 4 Western BB. Time-wise, stacks up, exiting those 30, claiming now winners of 7. Also gets post-relief. I got a 2-1-4-5. Jess Otten 5-1-8-2. Let's send it downstairs. Take a look at the 7th.
All right, Jenna, on we roll on this Sunday evening. I almost said Saturday. I'm not used to these Sunday night cards. Race number 7 is an overnight event. Very competitive here. Looking at the tote board right now, it's a pretty nice betting board. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 horses that are less than double-digit odds. We'll get right into it. You put the 4 on the top of your ticket, 9 to 1 on Western BB. You know, a horse that's been racing plenty here at Northfield Park, 2 wins this season. You know, it's hard to get involved from post 8 and post 7 if you don't before they placed off of the gate. That's been the case for this guy. He hasn't been used off of the gate in quite some time.
Jules Cup getting up there in like one of that pick 5, off to a winning start in the pick 5. That always feels good to get past the opening leg.
You hit the pick 4.
I know. I got that black cat berry off my back, and look at him.
As Michael Carter said, you and everybody else.
Yeah,
hey,
I mean,
a win's
but,
a win, right?
Yeah, a ticket cash better than a ticket crash. So we're looking to cash on the second leg of the pick 5. Western BB gets to pick up Danny Noble on the bike in outside post in his last 4. That's no favors here at Northfield Park. Getting away 8 4 starts in a row. Danny Noble on the bike has taken absolutely 0 love in his last 5 starts. 100 to 1, 130 to 1, 50 to 1. Looking for a first start Danny Noble launch, hopefully, off of the wings. There doesn't seem to be too much speed to his inside. Maybe Lions Lou can get off the gate a little bit, but hoping just to be forwardly placed. He's 2 of 22 this season. Looking to add another win to this guy's bankroll.
You know, I put Doug's Jacks on the top of my ticket. Brian Boring trains this guy, and Brett Miller will hop in the bike here. I mean, for the first time, or if not in quite some time. You're getting a 4 to 1 on him right now. You looked on the program page, back-to-back efforts in the non-winners at 1,500 were both wins. 1 from post 6, 1 from post 5, right down the road. 54 and 4 1 week, 54 the next. So then he jumped up to this non-winners at 2,500 level. Post 6 and post 7 both times. I thought it was a really game effort last time. You know, he's forwardly placed off of the gate, and it was aggressive steer. I think Brett Miller could probably replicate that. I don't think this 2,500 maybe is tough as he's been facing in the past.
I slot him in my pick 5 tickets as I use him in there for second. It's an advantage when you get to use Brett Miller in the bike for the first time in quite some while. It's just outside post in his last 2. And I kind of do want to mention with Western BB, forgetting one of the most important keys here, a tremendous drop in class, facing
Yeah.
30 claimers and non-winners of 7 level down here to the non-winners of 25, almost to the basement, the bottom step there. So he's going to be getting post relief for me and class relief. Just wanted to touch on that quick.
Yes, exactly. Definitely key. Their 3-1 lukewarm favorite is the 2 Lions. Lou, maybe not so much luck the last handful, maybe 3 or 4 starts there. Makes his 5th start off of the bench. Been racing at the Meadows. Interesting. You come over here. You're now going to face hours at 2,500 level here, was facing hours at 4,500, 2 and 3 back. Gets a good post to work with. Again, I didn't really think that this was an overly tough group of horses.
It doesn't look like he can get off the wings all too well. Post 4 got away 8th by 11th. Post 6 got away 8th by 9th. Again at the Meadows, post 4 got away 7th. So maybe hunters can get him a little fired up here today. Forwardly, it placed here on a track like this tonight. Maybe key. Lions Lou, maybe hopefully can get around the 1 there per hunter, as he is just a lukewarm favorite. But I think post advantage wise, he had post 4 in his qualifier and got off the wings well there. So hoping Hunter can get him forwardly placed, as I use him in there for 3rd. You slot him in for 4th.
Pulling the strings, gets the rail to navigate through here. The team of Kurt Sugg and Eddie Miller, two-time winner so far this season. Another shot at this now. We're at 2,500 level. 5th place finish last time out. 55.4. That was a good effort. Only beating 3 3/4 of a length. 2 back was 2nd. And now we're at 1,500. You kind of been bouncing up and down between the 10 claimers, 2,500, 1,500s. Again, I didn't think that this was much a tough task. Gets the rail to work with. He's going to spice some things up in your exotics if he decides to pull through. He's 14-1 on the board.
Kurt Sugg and Edward Miller looking to take the first 2 legs of the pick 5 as they captured it. The first leg with Jules Cup pulling the strings, get the post advantage on everybody else, as he's another one that kind of looks like just likes to float away from the gate. He was 5 of 33 last year as a 4-year-old, just 2 of 23 this season. It looks to get the post advantage. Used the post advantage here tonight to his favor, but this is not competition that he hasn't faced before.
I use the 8 on my ticket as the starting gate gets into position. 7-2 on Umami Blue Chip.
When we sit next to each other, we both can.
Umami Blue Chip, back-to-back wins at this optional claiming level. Optional 6, optional 8. The only one in for a tag here. He draws the 8-hole, I guess. Interesting. Coming off of those back-to-back wins, you'd have to think Aaron will have him forwardly placed off of the gate. We've seen him from post 5 to the pocket, and we've seen him from post 9 trailing position be forwardly placed off the gate. Race 7, Jenna's going to go 4, 5, 2, 1. I'm going to try 5, 1, 8, 2. Good luck. Kenny Livingood has a call.
Wings open for the 7th. Full field of 9, swing into the stretch. Here they come. They're often pacing Lions Lou. Flashes good speed. Doug's Jacks pushing the car away down the center. Between them was Western BB into the first turn. Up top, Lions Lou has the lead. 3 wide. Doug's Jacks, Western BB in the 2 path. Pulling the strings from the rail came out 4th. Always Andrew from the 2nd tier 5th. Sergeant Highway gets away in the 6th spot. Northern Angle in front of Guns Blazin'. And Merriman and Umami Blue Chip are last of them all. They chase the favorite Lions Lou. Over to the opening quarter, 27. Rock solid opening seconds for Lions Lou. Doug's Jacks with a tough mile. He can't find the pylons. Western BB keeps the pocket hole closed just enough there. Pulling the strings and urged along 3rd already. As always, Andrew will swing off the rail from 5th in front of pulling the strings. Down at the inside, Sergeant Highway is next. Then comes Northern Angle, Guns Blazin', and Umami Blue Chip. They chase the speed of Lions Lou through a demanding 55-1, 28-1. They are rolling up top for the level. Lions Lou leads the way as they head back into this turn. Western BB second. Doug Jacks was able to find the rail now. He's third. Always Andrew left uncovered. Fourth outside of pulling the strings. Fifth. Then Sergeant Highway, but nothing else has picked up their feet yet as they got to get to Lions Lou. Now Western BB at a price stings up the rail. And here comes Dan Noble Western BB to the outside of Lions Lou, and he takes right over. Lions Lou, the favorite in deep water as they pass three quarters. 124 and 2. Northern Angle from the back was shot out of a cannon and is making a 4-wide sweep around this final turn. Look out for Northern Angle at a big number. Meanwhile, up front, Western BB has the lead. Northern Angle with a sustained bid. Lions Lou is back at the inside. Then Always Andrew and Doug's Jacks, they turn for home. And Northern Angle tries to go reach Western BB. Lions Lou trying to re-rally, but this one's over. Northern Angle with a brush and crush powerhouse performance to win by 3. Western BB is second, completes a big exacta. Always Andrew third, Lions Lou fourth, 154 and 4. Six, 4, 9, 2 unofficial. Into the winner's circle, the 6th Northern Angle, owned by the Room 4040 LLC stables, trained by Ryan Deaton. Elliot Deaton, the winning driver. 10-year-old big owned by Always a Virgin out of the Albert Mare Smoke It Out. Bred by Martin Schmucker of Indiana, 27th lifetime win. Third this season, 154 and 4. Exacta $598, trifecta $3,845, superfecta $2,607.42. Top down, pulling the strings 8th, Lions Lou 4th, Sergeant Highway 5th, Western BB 2nd, Doug's Jack 6th, Northern Angle the winner, Guns Blazin' 9th, Umami Blue Chip 7th, Always Andrew 3rd, 845, 261, 9, 7, and 3. And for the next 4 races, it's time to wrap up the Sires Stakes Grade Championships. 3-year-olds on deck. Field of 6 for the trot race. $20,000 guaranteed in this pick 4, 9 minutes.
On we roll on Grade Championship night. We're getting ready to kick off the back half of the Grade Championships, Mike. A little bit of everything, I feel like, so far.
Yeah.
No really big bombs on the championship part of it, but that last race was pretty exciting.
Yeah, we've had some chalky races. $63.60 winner there, though. Of course, I step out for the one long shot of the sequence, but you know, I've been trying to beat some of the big favorites here tonight. Unfortunately, it just hasn't gone my way, and you know, we're 0 for 2 in the pick 5. We're going to try to re-rally here in this $20,000 pick 4.
Absolutely, re-rally. This is a 3-year-old colt in geldings on the trot. Where did you go here?
I am too deep here to the 1 Sir Maverick, the 2 Rose Run Zoom. I talked a little bit about Rose Run Zoom earlier this evening. Probably one of the more consistent horses in the group for trader Rosie Weaver. She doesn't have a victory yet this weekend, but I think she could score one here.
And you also used Sir Maverick.
Yes, I used Sir Maverick to the inside. King Kaufman drives for trader Brian Miller. I actually got to have a little bit of a conversation with Kane. Funny story about Kane, I called him Kanye the first time I ever showed up here. It was hilarious. Everybody laughed at me, but you know, this is a really nice horse. Finished 4th, just beating a length in the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship, and that field has got to be somewhat comparable to this, right?
Yep.
You're going to face a field of 6 instead of a field of 9. And, you know, the field that he faced in the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship was a pretty stiff competition. So I got to think this is kind of a little bit of a step back in class, even though the purse is much higher, and he draws the rail here tonight.
I'm going to use the 1 as well. I also used Boestel, or Boestel, however you want to say it. The 6, Melanie Wren, Pete Wren teaming up here. But Jenna and I kind of talked about this horse that had to overcome some adversity and bounce back very gamely in that Buckeye Stallion final at Dayton to finish 2nd against Tom Swifty. Race number 9 is 3-year-old fillies on the pace. I singled Calypso Pearl. What did you do?
Well, clearly Calypso Pearl is probably the best horse in the race, right? I'm going to try to swing and, you know, maybe try to beat with a couple of other horses. The 2 John Shadow, 3 Zuma Beach from the Brian and Bo Brown stables. Calypso Pearl has won 2 straight races, 3 of her last 4. She's a really, really nice filly. Enters off of a Buckeye Stallion Series Championship. She's probably going to be a short price. I wasn't a huge fan of the post draw, so that's kind of why I leaned to the other 2 horses too, hoping that John Shadow and Zuma Beach could maybe figure themselves out on the front end. There's not a lot of speed in the race, so maybe Bo or Ronnie will mix it up early on and kind of try to control the fractions up top.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that. Just looking at the program page, they both like to chase the pace, so it'd be interesting to see them, you know, drawing towards the inside. Race number 10, 3-year-old fillies on the trot. What'd you use in this one?
Too deep here to the 4 West 55 and the 6 Just As I Am, who's a closer. Please note, Just As I Am will now be driven by Austin Hitters, and I'm thrilled about that. You know, not for the reason of why Austin picked up the drive, because our thoughts are with Tony Hall after he was involved in an incident earlier this evening. But Austin Hanners already has 2 victories on the program here tonight. He's won a Sire Stakes Grade Championship already here tonight. So why couldn't he win again with the 6 Just As I Am odds?
Yeah, I'm going to use the 4 and the 6 as well for those same exact reasons. I think both horses are coming into the race very sharp, and Austin does pick up that drive. Race number 11, 3-year-old Colton Geldings on the pace. I thought this was a really interesting field.
Yeah, it's even more so interesting now that the 1 is out, right?
Right.
You know, it kind of gives a few more horses a little bit of a chance. For me, it's the 3, How About Yankee, 5, Down by the Dance Club for trader Ron Burke. Ron Burke got to Winter Circle a couple of times last night. He's won 2 straight races here, including a qualifier, so I guess it's not really 2 straight, right? But the Buckeye Stallion Series for 3-year-old Colts, so Down by the Dance Club is my top pick in there, hoping for a little bit of value.
You know, interesting last night in the 2-year-old Colt pace. So the scratch of that horse to the inside of both Sippin' on Sea Rock and Swingtown, I feel like that changed the complexion.
Absolutely.
And so, you know, the options for those 2 outside horses. So I think, you know, that kind of helps 9016 in here. I think that's the horse I'm going to put on my ticket. I'm also going to use the 2 and the 3. I'm going to go against Down by the Dance Club, and I'm going to try and beat him. I'm going to use 2, 3, and 8 in here. So interesting to kind of see how that plays out.
Yeah, so, you know, we'll see how it works out. You see my program. She's got speed.
Right.
Post is really the only concern. And, you know, I think if 9106 can leave alertly, and Danny Noble's aggressive enough, right? He's going to be not sitting back 7th. I can guarantee you going for $100,000.
No, definitely not. All right, that's a look at the middle card pick 4. Best of luck. The Grade Championships are continuing to roll on this Sunday evening.
On track for the 8th race for 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trotters, Grade Championship. 1, Sir Maverick, bred by the Ark Farms of Ohio, is owned by Anthony Miller, trained by Brian Miller, Kane Kaufman in the sulky. Rose Run Farm bred. 2, Rose Run Zoom. Hunter Myers drives for Rosie Weaver, comes with the Heartland Acres and Cabby D LLC. 3 is TT's Magnum Forest, bred by the Tamora Trotters, who are the owners. Darrell Evans Jr. trains Elliott Deaton in the sulky. The Springhaven Farm of Ohio bred the 4, Gypsy Hill, Tyler Smith aboard for Jason Brewer and owner Ian Fleming. Rose Run Farm of Ohio bred the 5, Luther Brothers, Austin Hanners drives, trainer Todd Luther and the Greg Luther Racing. And the Wren Racing own the 6, Boestel, Peter Wren drives for Melanie Wren, bred by the MT Pockets Stables of Florida. Back over in race number 7, Northern Angle. Second start for the Ryan Deaton barn. Proved to be the recipe there. That 10-year-old picked up the victory. As we roll over to the 8th, Jess and I both agree with the 6, Boestel. This horse that was beaten just a neck in the Buckeye Championship. Peter Wren, Melanie Wren teamed up earlier for a second-place finish in one of the grade championships, and I think Boestel's in the right spot here. This horse that won the Buckeye Stallion event back here at Northfield a month ago and has been pretty good since going on LASIK. So Boestel, my top choice here. For second to 3, TT's Magnum Force. He always finishes with a late trot in the right spots, and he was placed second behind Papa Nordine in the Buckeye Stallion Consolation a week ago, so I'll use him second. He gets over Northfield well. And for third, the 1, Sir Maverick, has the rail. Was only beaten a length in the championship back at Dayton. I got it 6-3-1-2. Jess Otten 6-1-5-2. Let's end it downstairs. Take an in-depth look at the 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trot.
All right, Jenna, on we roll to the back half of the grade championships here. We're going to kick it off with the 3-year-old Colton Geldings on the trot. We both agree here. It's pretty, ice cold for us, 6-1. Boestel, Melanie Wren, Peter Wren teaming up here. Horse had to overcome a lot of adversity. They've done a very good job with him. Of course, this is the son of What the Hill. 5 wins from 11 starts this season. Actually, I remember when he won a leg of the Buckeye here, I believe it was, Melanie come off and she was like, I really wish the Buckeye finals were here. He really gets over a half-mile track well. She kind of got her wish because now he's going to go for 100 over a half-mile.
Yeah, that's another circumstance of this guy making the Consolation and making the Buckeye Stallion Series championship. He just went for $75,000 last week. Gets to go for $100,000 here tonight. Picked up a nice second place finish. Had the rail to work with last time out. Used that to his advantage. I moved him to the front and just got tracked down late in the mile by Tom Swifty. This was a guy who really stuck out as a 2-year-old. It was 5 of 8. He is picked up right where he left off. 5 of 11, 3 second place finishes there. That was a convincing win here at Northfield Park in that Buckeye Stallion Series. Parked past the quarter from post 6 and never looked back. 55-2 mile that day. He has added LASIK 3 starts back, and it seems to be benefiting him pretty well.
Yes, it has been, and I think outside of the packed here, plenty of gate speed. We'll see what he does. We'll see what Pete has in mind for him. I thought he looked like he warmed up good earlier, and he looks good on the racetrack as well. Serve Maverick is on the other end of that. He's going to get the rail to work with Kane Kaufman in the bike. He's coming out of a Buckeye Stallion Series final with the same group, Tom Swifty, Boestel. He finished 4th. He was only beaten a length there, though, Jenna. Thought it was a good effort. He had a really good tightener to come back to Northfield 2 back in an hour. It was a 4 event, beating a length and a half there, and against Rankin, who is a very nice horse as well. So I kind of like him in this group, but he's 9-1 on the board. Nice value.
18 starts on the season. Has just hit the board 5 of those tries, but he's banked over $44,000. Racing in the non-winners of 4 during the summer, touched on it a little bit. That can be tough because you're getting the sire stake horses in the Buckeye Stallion Series horses in that non-winners of 4, that are probably prepping for their next leg of either the Buckeye or the sire stakes. So very tough competition that he was racing in. Obviously dabbled in the sire stakes, and in the Breeders' Championship, he was 5th at Delaware behind Sponzano, Tennessee Tom, and Royal Presidents. Something I like about Kane Kaufman, he always has his horses that he's driving peaking at the correct time and making sure that each and every week you're finishing and bringing back a horse to the paddock. It is not like he is absolutely draining him, and will torture him before a big start like this. So very good prep mile last time out. First, Sir Maverick King Kaufman and Brian Miller. He looks to pick up his second of the season.
Rose Run Zoom. This is a son of Uncle Peter for Rosie Weaver and Hunter Myers. A very consistent fella here, racing on the fair circuit and the Buckeye Stallion Consolation. Look at the consistency from him. 13 on the board finishes, 4 wins from 18 starts. Good post to work with. Looks like he's plenty versatile. I would say, though, that I'd like to see him involved in that early action.
Yeah, I would like to as well. Hunter got to drive him last time out. He was bet down to the favorite, but that was a tough little Buckeye Stallion Series 2 Consolation. He had the rail to his advantage last time out as well. Got pocketed up and just no room late there. He was third, beaten 3. Just 30-3 on the end of his mile, and it seems like he can do some good work once he does get near or on the front end, and fortunately enough, he draws post 2 here, so Hunter should be able to snap him out of the wings, and I like coming into this race, the driver familiarity. Although Hunter's just drove him once, it kind of gives you a little bit more confidence just knowing that he has sat behind this trotter before.
Gypsy Hill recently moved into the Jason Brewer barn after being sold online there. He's a 5-time winner from 15 starts this season. He had a pretty good, decent a freshman campaign as well, Jenna. 8 wins from 5 starts last year. Second time Tyler will hop back aboard him. He was a winner in the Buckeye Stallion Series here at Northfield Park, which if he was a part of the stable in the Jason McGinnis barn, and then this was his home turf for quite some time. It was a tough task, and against some other good horses, I guess I could say. Middle of the pack post draw here, 21-1 on the board.
Now, this is a big mile in the Buckeye Stallion Series here at Northfield. They got, again, another one that was parked past the quarter and still was able to hold him off by 3 lengths there. And then this is a horse, picking up so many wins as a 2-year-old and then started his 3-year-old season off so strong. To prep for some of his races, he had to go in the non-winners of 10 condition claimer or non-winners of 10 straight. He was 5th in there, and that's really big miles. And then, unfortunately, in the Sire Stake at Scioto, there was 11 in there. So having post 9 with 2 trailers, super hard to navigate around that. So you can almost forgive him for that. One thing I really don't like all too well is the fact that he made a break last time out in his first start in the Jason Brewer barn. But maybe this is a case where maybe they were missing a piece of equipment or something where he was
get him figured out, yeah.
And now today, moving into tonight, hopefully they have him figured out. Tyler Smith, Jason Brewer, the 3-year-old by What the Hill, looking for his 6th of the season.
Another horse taking some action on the board. That's the 5 Luther brothers, Austin Hanners, Todd Luther, teaming up here. A couple of breaks, recently 3 wins from 8 starts this season. This is a son of Long Tom taking action on that tote board.
I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, this would be a full brother to Rose Run Yolanda, who we've seen take the championships at 2 and 3, and then even dabble in the Grand Circuit action now as a 4-year-old. Connections high on this one. Just 3 of 8 this season, and this is a guy who is freaky fast. As you can see, he doesn't mind his manners all too well. I think it's all in between the airs here. So if he can mind his manners and Austin can get him out on the right foot, he is a very talented guy. And in a short field, this is a spot where I don't think we necessarily need to be rushing the gate all too fast. And in a case where we do want to get out on the right foot, hopefully tonight will be the night, as the bettors are kind of backing him right now. He is second choice on the board right now at 9-5.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was looking up and he was kind of like sneakily taking some action there. One last horse to talk about in here, Jenna. We can sit here and handicap these programs, for hours on end and watch these horses week in and week out. But, it's a horse race, so that's why we race them. Horses get beat all the time. If we're looking to go back-to-back, Elliott Deaton's, he just blew up the tote board in the last race. He sits behind the 3 in here, TD's Magnum Force. Placed second last time out in the Buckeye Consolation from post 7, but, not for nothing. He was 3rd. Before being placed second, he closed every step of the way.
Yeah, he was making up tons of ground on the top duo there in that day, and he picked up a win here at Northfield from post 5. He floated away, got away 6th that night, and followed some cover, had to go 3 wide around the 3/4 pole, and drew away from the pack there. He's a winner by 4, so clearly can get around the half-mile track. It looks like he puts in his best efforts here at Northfield Park. Could use that to his advantage as he looks to blow up the tote board 2 races in a row. He is 20-1 on the tote board.
Great championship, 3-year-old Colton Gelding's on the trot. Jenna's going to go 6-1-2-4. I'm going to try 6-1-5-2. Best of luck. Kenny has the call.
Trotters head behind the gate for the 8th. Six pack of Trotters make the turn, $100,000 on the line. They are off and a trotting. Rose Run Zoom leaves alertly. Sir Maverick down at the inside, away with TT's Magnum Force, Gypsy Hill, and Bo Estel, and Luther Brothers was slow to commence at the back. So they worked their way to the backstretch, and Rose Run Zoom heads over to take the lead. 400 Myers, Sir Maverick will pocket up. Bo Estel, that's the heavily backed 2-5 favorite. Races from the third spot. TT's Magnum Force on hold fourth, and Peter Renz on the go with Bo Estel not content to sit on a 3-hole, and they head past that opening quarter, 28-3. It's a gap of 3 to Gypsy Hill, and out the back, Luther Brothers. That's the 6-pack of Trotters in the Grade Championship that now chase Bo Estel, who worked his way to the front. Bo Estel, son of What the Hills, shows the way for these sophomore Trotters. Rose Run Zoom second, Sir Maverick third. Out and moving from the backfield comes Gypsy Hill past TT's Magnum Force, who opted to stay in, and Luther Brothers will try to pick up the cover, so they begin to pair up, 4 in and 2 out, and they're halfway home in a leisurely 59-4, 31-1. Second panel for this big favorite, Bo Estel. Bo Estel leads the way with 3/8 the trot. Rose Run Zoom inside of Gypsy Hill. Luther Brothers just jumped it off. TT's Magnum Force swings off the rail outside of Sir Maverick as they work up the backstretch for the final time. Bo Estel leads the way. Up on the outside, Gypsy Hill, Rose Run Zoom locked in. TT's Magnum Force is next, then Sir Maverick, and they head past 3/4 in 1:29. On their way home in the Grade Championship, Bo Estel with the advantage. Gypsy Hill, TT's Magnum Force will have to rev it up 3 wide for Deaton with 3 to pick up. Rose Run Zoom is at the cones, then Sir Maverick. There's an 1/8 of a mile left to go, and Bo Estel off the turn with the lead. Rose Run Zoom and Gypsy Hill, then TT's Magnum Force. They straighten for home. Bo Estel in deep stretches. Got it won. Bo Estel delivers at 2-5. Gypsy Hill second, TT's Magnum Force is third, then Rose Run Zoom 158-2. Six, 4, 3, 2 unofficial. Returning back here to the winner's circle, the 6 Bo Estel, owned by the Wren Racing, trained by Melanie Wren. Peter Wren, the winning driver. Bred by the MT Pocket Stables of Florida, 3-year-old big by What the Hill out of the striking Sabre mare. Renee's Pocket, 11th lifetime win. 6th this season, 158 and 2, and the results of 6, 4, 3, and 2 are official. Send it down trackside to the winner's circle. Michael Carter standing by with the winning connections of the 6 Bo Estel.
Thanks so much, Kenny. Some very happy connections of Bo Estel, winning trainer Melanie Wren. And Melanie, we talked a little bit off camera. You were tied in points. You ended up in the Consolation. You drew post 6. How about that performance?
Oh, man, I'm just so excited about this colt. We were happy to be in the Consolation. We would have took the final, but, hey, we landed here, and we're super happy.
And one of the things about him, I mean, he really seemed to kind of come together. You guys added Lasix back on August the 11th. He really kind of found his best stride at that point.
Yeah, he actually did. He raced so good on August 11th, and then, believe it or not, he suffered a really bad foot injury, like shortly after that, and we stood in a stall for 2 weeks and went about 4 days before he qualified, and then we're able to put it together for this. So this is truly a miracle that he made it here.
Melanie, you and Pete get to work together in the barn every day. What's it like to have a family environment?
You know what? There's good and bad days. No, but we everything works out pretty good. It's a pretty good team.
All right, Melanie Wren, Peter Wren, Bo Estel takes the grade championship here at the Ohio Sire Stakes.
Always nice to have these interviews to hear the backstories of what it takes to bring a horse to the Scarlet and Gray Championship. So always hats off to these connections to have their horses ready as Bo Estel delivers on a 2-5 promise. The exacta $22.40, trifecta $82.40, superfecta $21.72. Here's that 8th race rundown. Sir Maverick was 5th, Rose Run Zoom 4th. TT's Magnum Force 3rd, Gypsy Hill 2nd, Luther Brothers 6th, and Bo Estel the winner. 5-4-3, 2-6-1. 9th race is next. It's just 2 minutes away. No changes. The horses step onto the track for the 9th grade championship for 3-year-old pacing fillies. 1 Bad Girls Racing, bred by the Springhaven Farm of Ohio, owned by Gail Potter, trained by Ron Potter, using Aaron Merriman. 2 John's Shadow, bred and owned by the Winchester Bay Acres of Florida, Bo Brown trains and drives. 3 Zuma Beach, bred by Ron Salcedo of Tennessee, is owned by Kirk Nichols, Joe Sabraco, and Jolyn Ritter, trained by Brian Brown, Ronnie Wren Jr. in the sulky. 4 Genetic Edge, bred by the Darby Creek Standardbreds of Ohio, owned by Diamond Creek Racing in co-ownership with the breeders Darby Creek. Tyler Rush, the trainer, Chris Page, pushes the buttons. The 5 is Flying Bullets, bred by Dave Yoder of Kentucky, is owned by Umholtz and Kennedy Racing. Claire Umholtz, the trainer, Brett Miller, gives the cues. A homebred for Sandra Burnett of Ohio, the 6 Calypso Pearl. Dan Noble drives for Christy Noble. 7 Better Than a Million, bred by Keith Spielman of Ohio, lessee, owner-trainer Kenneth Hurst. Austin Henners drives again. That line to be announced. Lancaster was a wire-to-wire performance. And the 8 Beautiful Lather, owned by Wills Code Lloyd Gregory, trained by Ty Lloyd. Tyler Smith drives, bred by the Galliers Racing of Ohio. Back over in race number 8, top choice at a short price, Bo Estel picked up the victory to kick off the 3-year-old grade championships. We roll to the 9th. Now I'm ultimately going to take a short price here. As up on the screen is that missing line for the 7 Better Than a Million, wire to wire from Lancaster in a fair event. Now I'm going to the 6 Calypso Pearl here. She's a short price, but made 16 starts this season, 13 top 2 finishes, including a Buckeye Stallion Championship win in 150-3. She just looks like she continues to get better. My only concern is potentially that was such a big race. Can she back it up once again? But she came off a 51-2 win over at the Breeders' Championship of Ohio at the Delaware County Fair, where she beat Seaside Diva, who came back to win the Scarlet Championship yesterday. I just thought Calypso Pearl is good at the right time, and she has speed, and I think Danny Noble is going to fly out of the gate with her on top. Second, I'll use the 4 Genetic Edge. She finished 3rd off an impossible spot in that Buckeye Championship. Had to come from the outer post, ended up getting away 4th, was out at the quarter, made a couple moves, ended up finishing 3rd. She has post edge on Calypso Pearl here tonight, so they do flip-flop posts. I got them 1, 2, and for 3rd using the 1 Bad Girls Racing, but I'm keying in on this big favorite. 6-4-1-2 for me. Jess Otten, 6-4-1-3. Apologies there, and we'll send it downstairs to take a look at this grade championship.
Twice last night it happened too. On we roll on this grade championship night. Michael Carter, Jessica Otten here. 3-year-old fillies on the pace. And Mike, you know, the storyline here, I guess, is Calypso Pearl. Obviously, 6 wins from 16 starts this season, unraced at the age of 2. Yeah, but it was a coin flip between her and I don't remember the other horse from last night to get into the Scarlet Championship there. So obviously that's probably why she's 1-2 right now.
Yeah, I mean, listen, she's 1-2 because she's supposed to be, right? You and I talked about this when we handicapped the pick 4. She is clearly probably the best horse in the race. I mean, she's won 6 starts this year, and she has been probably one of the better horses between the Buckeye Stallion Series and the Sire Stakes. She did race at the State Fair, with second against Wasted on You, which we knew how good Wasted on You is, right? So Calypso Pearl in this spot should absolutely be 1-2. Unfortunately, there's no value there. However, sometimes you need a single in a pick 4 or pick 5 sequence.
Yes, exactly. But you're going to go elsewhere. You're going to try and beat her. You're going to try and beat her with the 2, John's Shadow. 28-1 on the board right now. Race kind of set up a little bit for her last time out. She come from, the middle of the pack off the pace, 55, 28-2 at the end of it. She didn't race all that bad in Delaware either. She was 5th. She had a long way to come. She made up about 5 lengths there in that last quarter of a mile, 54-3, home 7-4. 3 wins from 14 starts this season. She didn't have any wins last year, but maybe just getting better and better with each start towards the end of the season.
Yeah, that race, the Buckeye Stallion Series Consolation, it was a field of 5, and without really watching the race, it was incredible to see how much ground she picked up. Turning for home, she was next to last, just about. And I know Matt Rose, our charter, he's going to kill me for saying that she was next to last because he has her charted third. I'm telling you, she was way out of it. And she really rallied well from off the pace. And, you know, here's the thing. The track's a little tiring now. It's gotten a lot more moisture into it. It's not as quick as it was earlier in the evening. We've noticed some pretty soft fractions over the last couple of races. So this race, for me, sets up for John Shadow.
You also like the one to the outside of the Brian Brown barn, a daughter of Down by the Seaside. Ronnie Wren Jr. aboard Zuma Beach. Scratched last time out at Dayton, you know, not the most ideal trips in the Ohio Breeders' Championship, so I'll throw that line out. You kind of got to go back to that line at Scioto. Fourth, beaten by No Fool in April, Bath Bomb and Wasted on You. A horse, you know, unraced at the age of 2, so she's lightly raced in her career. She's a 2-time winner from 8 starts. Good post to work with here, 13-1 on the board.
You know, one thing I noticed last night is the horses that had a couple of weeks off didn't seem to mind the couple of weeks off. They came right back and raced them very well. So who knows, maybe this horse, it's in a spot where there's a lot of potential here, right? The horse has been off a couple of weeks. They've kind of had a chance to work with her. Now, the 6 scratch worries me a little bit because is Zuma Beach going to be 100%? That's the real question here. If Zuma Beach is anything close to 100%, I think she's going to be at least be into the mix here.
You also like the one Bad Girls Racing. Aaron Merriman teams up with Ron Potter here. This is affiliated by Racing Hill. You know, 4 on the board finishes in her 14 starts this season. She faced, you know, some tough company like Calypso Pearl, Seaside Diva, and Katie's up in the Ohio Breeders' Championship last time out.
One thing about her, Aaron Merriman hasn't driven her except for once in most recent times. So it'll be interesting to kind of see what Aaron does here. Draws the rail. We know how aggressive Aaron can be, and you got to think he's going to be leaving and trying to set some sort of a pace. John Shadow doesn't have speed. Zuma Beach doesn't have speed. I think maybe Chris Page is probably going to be leaving with Genetic Edge a little bit. I know you like Genetic Edge some. So, you know, I think Bad Girls Racing is going to be into a good early position. The question is going to be, how do they mix it up on the front end?
A pair of horses are 4-1 on the board. I'll start with Genetic Edge. She's got post 4 here, another filly by Down by the Seaside. A winner by 10 lengths in the Buckeye Stallion at Delaware. You know, this will be her 4th start on Lasix. Thought it was a good effort, parked every step of the way at Dayton last time.
Yeah, the Genetic Edge raced in the Courageous Lady. Ronnie Wren had the drive, and clearly something was amiss because she took a week off, or excuse me, entered back the following week on Lasix. Was started for post 3, finished 9th. Then the Connections gave her about a month off, came right back and won very gamely. So Genetic Edge has kind of come back strong since those couple of clunker efforts. I would not be shocked at all to see her as part of the ticket here.
Flying Bullets, Brett Miller, post 5, 3rd start Lasix. I think that's key for her.
I'd love to see Flying Bullets score a victory here for Clarum Holtz and those guys. They have been so high on this horse, and it's one of the local guys. We saw Jeff Conger win earlier this evening. It's really nice to see kind of our backstretch guys taking a few of these bigger stakes races.
And real quick, 23-1 on Beautiful Lather from post 8 for Ty Loy, another local connection here. She's been sharp as well coming into the race. Mike's going to go 2-6-3-1. I'm going to go 6-4-1-3. Best of luck. The grade championship for 3-year-old Philly Pacers is up next. Here's Kenny.
Thanks to our friends downstairs. Take a further look at that grade championship as we are getting closer to this start. $100,000. 3-year-old Pacing Fillies behind the gate. On gate. They're off and pacing. Genetic Edge heads out looking for the lead. There goes Calypso Pearl on the march. Bad Girls Racing tries to defend the rail. So they're 3 wide in turn number 1 as John Shadow will get away in the 4th spot. Zuma Beach came out racing in 5th. They are still 3 wide. This favorite in a tough spot through the opening 1/8 of a mile. Calypso Pearl now able to clear Genetic Edge as they work up the backside. Bad Girl Racing is 3rd. John Shadow got away 4th. Zuma Beach is 5th, off the speed and 7 lengths behind early on. Better than Flying Bullets, and the 2 at the back are Beautiful Lather and Better Than a Million. 27-2 opening quarter, Calypso Pearl. The Buckeye Stallion champion winner out front leads by 3 on Genetic Edge, who's second. Bad Girls Racing's an inline third. John's Shadow races from fourth with Zuma Beach behind her. Ronnie Wren thinks about sliding off the rail with that one as Calypso Pearl continues to strut her stuff out front, and they are halfway home in 56-1. Dan Noble says, "Catch me if you can." Calypso Pearl with the advantage. Genetic Edge second. Bad Girls Racing races from third. John Shadow slides off the rail in front of Flying Bullets, who is out and moving. Zuma Beach sticks to the pylon path. Beautiful Lather and Better Than a Million, the two trailers. And there's 3/8 of a mile left to go. And Calypso Pearl the reel in. The daughter of Fear the Dragon with a 2.5 length advantage. Genetic Edge second. Bad Girls Racing at the inside. John Shadow's grinding home up to be third, towing Flying Bullets as the plugs are out now on Calypso Pearl. 3/4, 124-4, 28-3, backside speed for Calypso Pearl into the final turn. Genetic Edge still second. Then it's Bad Girls Racing inside of a 3-wide Flying Bullets. John Shadow between rivals, and they hit the top of the stretch with Calypso Pearl opening up. She's bumped the lead to 3, bumping it to 4, and this one's over. Calypso Pearl, Buckeye Stallion championship win, and now a gray championship win. Zuma Beach shakes free to be second. She was loaded with pace late. Bad Girls Racing third, 1:55, time of the mile. Six, 3, 1, 4 on the board, unofficial. Back to the winner's circle comes the 6, Calypso Pearl, owned by Sandra Burnett, trained by Christy Noble. Dan Noble, the winning driver. 3-0 by Fear the Dragon out of the On the Attack mare, Ocean Pearl. A homebred for Sandra Burnett's 7th lifetime win, 3 in a row. Last 3 wins, Ohio Breeders' Championship, Buckeye Stallion Series Championship, and now the Gray Championship. What a way to end the season for Calypso Pearl. 1:55, 6-3, 1 and 4 is official. Exacta $34.80, trifecta $154, superfecta $52.86. Let's send it down to the winner's circle. Jenna Otten standing by with the winning driver of the 6, Calypso Pearl, Dan Noble.
Thanks so much, Kenny and Danny. So glad to be joined here in the winner's circle with Calypso Pearl. You lost on the flip to get into the final, but it worked out here getting into the gray.
Yeah, you know, we wish we were in the final there, but it was a coin toss between mine and Herman Hagerman's, and it worked out for the best, you know, being in the Buckeye final and a consolation here.
Did you have one thing on your head here tonight? So you got down to the quarter there, 27-2. No real breather there, 56-1 to the half. You're kind of just playing catch me if you can.
Yeah, you know, she kind of likes to do that, play catch and mouse and keep trucking, and if she's not good, she when she's really good, she just keeps going.
She was unraced at the age of 2, so talk to us a little bit about her development at the beginning of the year.
You know, we probably would have raced her as a 2-year-old, but we had a little bit of a knee injury, very growthy and sore, and we just made the decision to shut her down and thought she could make a really good 3-year-old.
Coming up in the next race, post 8 to work with for Chulita, but you're coming off of a confidence-boosting win. May need some luck from an outside post.
Yeah, you know, we just need a little racing luck from the outside, but hopefully a little early speed, and she should be all right.
Another one you team up with your wife in 9016. He has been a strong all season long in the Buckeye Stallion Series and in the Sire Stakes. Another one, just the post god's not on your side tonight.
Yeah, no, but we're used to having the outside, so we should be able to overcome it.
Danny, congratulations with your win in the Gray Championship. Calypso Pearl, best of luck here the rest of the night.
Thank you.
Congratulations to the connections of the 6 Calypso Pearl. Didn't race as a 2-year-old, but she's come back as a very talented 3-year-old daughter of Fear the Dragon. Now banked over $250,000 in her 3-year-old season. Top Down Bad Girls Racing was 3rd. John Shadow 8th. Zuma Beach 2nd. Genetic Edge 4th. Flying Bullets 7th. Calypso Pearl the winner. Better Than a Million 6th. And Beautiful Lather 5th. 382 471 65. 10th race trotters are next. Kane Kaufman on the 1. You My Lady. Austin Henners on the 6. Just As I Am Oz. That's the field for the Great Championship 3-year-old trotting fillies. 5 minutes away. Trotters for the 10th up on the track. 1 Yuma Lady, owned by Wills, Paver, and Gregory. Trained by Ray Paver, Kane Kaufman drives, bred by the Spring Run Farm of Ohio. Randy Will bred the 2, She's Spicy for the Morrison Racing Stables. Trainer Per Engblom, Aaron Merriman calls the shots. Dick and Joyce McClellan of Ohio. Bred and owned the 3 Hot Tea, Tyler Smith drives for Virgil Morgan Jr. 4 West 55. Gary Condit, the breeder and co-owner with Ron Steck, who trains Chris Page in the sulky. 5 Dublin Water Gal, bred by the Dublin Valley Farms of Ohio. Owned by Isaiah Schwartz and Orva Bontrager Jr., trained by Brian Miller using Luke Ebersol. 6 Just As I Am Oz. Kentucky homebred for ACL Staturi AB, was trained by Annette Lorenzen. Austin Hanners will catch drive. Ronald Lamar Burks owns the 7 Endless Time. Brownie Wren Jr. driving for Herman Hagerman. This one was bred by the Millstream Incorporated of New Jersey. And the 8 Chulita, bred by Buckstone Land Livestock of Pennsylvania, who are the lessees. Virgil Morgan Jr. trains Dan Noble in the sulky. Your Buckeye Stallion Championship winner is Just As I Am Oz, who's your current betting favorite here on the board at 2-5. And in the last race, it was the Buckeye Stallion Championship winner Calypso Pearl, and my top choice who delivered at a short price. We rolled to the 10th. I'm going to try the Virgil Morgan trainee. That's the 3 Hot Tea. Went into the Buckeye Stallion Championship just off a qualifier and got away in 8th from post 8, and she was able to rally well to be 5th, was beaten 3 lengths by Just As I Am Oz, but she draws better here tonight. They flip-flop post as Just As I Am Oz had the rail. Hot Tea certainly was sent off and dismissed at a big price, but she's really done nothing wrong this season. 11 of 18 top 3 finishes. She was 4th here at Northfield back on that August 21st effort behind Sugar Instead and Jurassic Hattie. We saw both of them come back last night. Sugar Instead capped off a 12 for 12 season, I should say. Hot Tea comes back here, and I'm going to think that she's going to give an improved effort, and the Virgil Morgan horses have fired this weekend. For second, using the 6, Just As I Am Oz, this is the horse to beat. She comes out of the Buckeye Stallion Championship victory, picks up Austin Hanners here tonight. She's 4 for 13, using her second, and for third, the 4 West 55, who was the leader for most of the mile in that championship event, but got caught late. I'll go 3-6-4-2, Jess Otten 6-4-1-2, and they're standing by in the trackside area to take a look at the 10th.
Race 10 kicks off that 50-cent pick 6. Thanks so much, Kenny, as we highlight the Ohio Sire Stakes grade championships for 3-year-old filly trotters for $100,000. And get to interview Danny Noble there, and some very happy connections. We've had 2 husband and wife teams win in back-to-back races.
Yeah, how cool is that to beat Melanie Wren and then come back with Christy and Danny Noble, and hats off to them for keeping this horse sharp all year round, and you don't really know what you maybe have at the age of 3 when they're unraced at 2.
Okay, so you and your sister Jess, you've worked with horses, you guys have been around horses, you've dog horses, things like that. What is it like as a horseman to watch them grow up, into their career, kind of grow into themselves, and when you realize, hey, I finally got something here?
It's special. We having a couple homebreds a few years ago. Haven't had some in a few years, but having homebreds and bringing them in the barn and getting them on the trailer from the field, and then bringing them in the barn, and then breaking them. Me, Jess, and my dad would always third line them together. You can only imagine the words thrown around in there, but it's fun once they finally make it to the races, and then this is the type of night that you all hope and dream of making when you do bring them in from the field. So it's really special. The family affair, that's Jessica likes to do all the barn work and make it get dirty. I like to show up when they're hooked in the jog cart, and I like to go out there and go fast with them. But hats off to, of course, everyone who made it here tonight, and it's super special.
All right, race number 10. You and I kind of agree here. I'm impressed. We finally kind of come together, get us together for a little bit of a trifecta box here with the 2, the 4, and the 6. Let's start with number 4, West 55, who is not taking hardly any money right now. 6-1 on the board, off a 5-2 morning line. Was 4th at the Buckeye Stallion Series Championship. That was a really tough effort for Post 7. Was parked the mile, parked to the opening quarter, finished 4th, beaten 2.5 lengths. Just a little bit tired there at the end.
Yeah, and you can almost. I thought it would be a little bit better, but she did get stung to the quarter pretty good, having post 7 and getting parked past the quarter in 28 and 1. With that 30 and 2 second quarter, I thought we'd be able to sprint a little bit more. I still like her a lot in this spot. She's very capable of doing some good work when she can get near or on the front end. And honestly, if you go back to the effort on August the 2nd in the Ohio State Fair, she was really making up some momentum in the stretch before unfortunately going off stride. And that was in against Sugar Instead and Legacy at Fair. And I'm a true believer she was going to hold on for fourth or maybe even get up for second in there. And she's just been a consistent filly all season long. 16 starts, 5 wins, 2 seconds, and 2/3, 61,000 in the bank here for the connections. And she's definitely worth a look here in this spot, especially on the board at 5-1.
Now, Just As I Am Oz is your top selection. And note, we made these selections, what, Thursday, Friday?
Yeah.
I mean, we make these 2 days in advance before we even know who's going to be driving and whatnot. And Austin Hanners gets the drive. He's already got 2 victories on the night. He's going to try to make it 3 with the Annette Lorenzen training.
Maybe I would be concerned about a late driver change like this if I know that he hasn't sat behind him before. Trotters can always be tricky, but Austin does some regular work for Annette, and with Tony being out a lot of the summer, Austin picked up a lot of the Lorenzen drives. And if you look at the bottom of the program page in the Buckeye Stallion Series, from post 9, he was able to navigate her to the winner's circle there. So it gives me a little bit more confidence still sticking with her on top for the fact that Austin has sat behind her multiple times.
One horse you and I both like is the 2. She's Spicy, gets Lasix for the second time for trainer Per Engblom, Aaron Merriman. Per Engblom has had a lot of luck and success sending Sire Stakes horses here. He's come to see you guys down at Saddle Downs. First start on Lasix was second, beaten 3 lengths against Knowers of 2 Company down in Lexington.
Was not really interested in that Ohio Breeders' Championship at Delaware, and maybe that was the concern of adding Lasix. And I like horses prepping at the Red Mile. That red clay is so forgiving to horses down there, but then we know that she's been around a half before. Adding Lasix for the second time is a huge deal to me. I like to see him on first start Lasix and second start Lasix. And last time out, post 9 down there at the Red Mile, got away second, sat the pocket, and was second behind Waterfall, who, if I'm not mistaken, was in the Hambo elimination. So no clunker there to being second behind Waterfall.
Another horse I used was the 3 Hot Tea. You used the 1 Uma Lady. Again, Kane Kaufman will drive Uma Lady. So the horses are about to go behind the starting gate. Jenna's up at 6-4, 2-1. I'm at 4-6, 2-3 in race 10. We kick off the 50-cent pick 6. Kenny Livengood standing by with the live call.
Great championship field. Heads behind the gate. Here they come. They're off and trotting. Yuma Lady from the rail gets the first call. Just As I Am Oz heads forward off the wings for Austin Hanners with She's Spicy toward the inside. Hot Tea came out racing in 4th, better than West 55. High Steps next in the 5th position as they work on to the backstretch. Then it's Dublin Water Gal, Endless Time, and Cholita the back marker. A dozen lengths separate this field as You My Lady has the lead, Just As I Am Oz with a gradual move toward the front. So Just As I Am Oz methodically moves to the lead after a 28 and 2/4. You My Lady second, She's Spicy third. Gap of 2 to Hot Tea, who tries to tighten in from the 4th spot. It's a gap of 3 to West 55, and Chris Page, snug handling of her back in that 5th spot and 7 lengths behind. On the go is Endless Time with Dublin Water Gal at the cones, and Julita is the trailer. Just over 1 lap to go. It's the favorite and the Buckeye champion, Just As I Am Oz, out front over You My Lady as Hot Tea. We'll try her luck first up for Tyler Smith, and they're halfway home in 58 and 3, a 30 and 1 panel there for Just As I Am Oz, who leads. You My Lady locked in. She's Spicy stays down in a 3-hole. Hot Tea first up, towing West 55 second up into contention. Third up for Endless Time. Dublin Water Gal pinned in and shuffled as Julita's vacating the rail, and now they're double tiered, 4 in, 4 out, and 3/8 to go in the grade championship. Just As I Am Oz still leads. Hot Tea's a neck behind. You My Lady's had a ground-saving journey for Kane Kaufman. West 55 all set to roll 3 wide for Page. Then She's Spicy and Endless Time. 3/4, 128 and 2. And they head for the final turn. And here comes West 55 flipping off cover. Hot Tea in the 2-path. Meanwhile, Just As I Am Oz holds pylon position and the lead. And You My Lady looks for a place to go. As they hit the top of the stretch, Just As I Am Oz off the turn with the lead. Hot Tea, You My Lady, and down the center, West 55. Just As I Am Oz. Hot Tea trying to wear her down late. Here's the wire photo finish. It is very tight. It's either Hot Tea or Just As I Am Oz. 158 and 3. Another exciting finish in one of these grade championships. This one is very tight. Judges taking a look at this. Photos between Hot Tea and Just As I Am Oz. It's the 6, Just As I Am Oz. 3, Hot Tea came up just short. 1, You My Lady is third, and the 4, West 55 is fourth. 6, 3, 1, 4. Unofficial. The results are official: 6, 3, 1, and 4. Coming back to the winner's circles, the 6, Just As I Am Oz, owned by ACL Staturi AB. Trained by Annette Lorenzen, Austin Hanners picks up his 3rd driving victory and 2nd Sire Stakes win on the program. 3-year-old bay filly by Lion Hunter out of the Cam Best mare Golden Door Lindy. Bred in Kentucky by the owners. 9th lifetime win, 5th this season. Buckeye Stallion Championship win and a Gray Championship win for Just As I Am Oz, who goes back-to-back in 158 and 3. To take the Gray Championship, the results are official: 6-3, 1, and 4. Exacta's $12.80. The trifecta $62.20. The pick 5 $635.20. The superfecta $22.22. Now standing by in the winner's circle, Jess Otten standing by with a man that's had some success tonight, Austin Hanners.
Thanks, Kenny. Red hot, Austin Hanners, on this great championship night. You know, you pick up the drive, unfortunately, after Tony got hurt, so we send the best of wishes to him. But this girl couldn't be any sharper coming into tonight.
Absolutely. She's, she won last week and was pretty impressive. The couple times I've actually got the driver, I've always thought she was extremely talented, and she showed it again tonight.
You haven't sat behind her, I don't know, for about 2 months now. Just maybe talk about her progression over the season.
Oh, just watching her, the couple times I did drive her, she just kept getting better. And just watching her from the sideline, she's just every start got better and better. She's always been right there with the good fillies in the Sire Stakes, and she showed why she was there all the time.
Let's talk about that trip tonight. Maybe towards the outside of the gate, there was enough room for you to sit in the 3-hole. You said, no, I want to take control tonight.
Yeah, I just thought she was much the best and figured I just better control my own destiny from there.
Tight finish there at the wire. Did you think you got there?
It was tight. I thought she'd stick her nose out, so.
Nice job.
Thank you, guys.
There you have it. Just As I Am Oz takes that great championship final.
Austin Hanners, 3 driving victories on the program, including 2 Gray Championships. What an evening for the connections. Buckeye Stallion Championship win and a Gray Championship for Just As I Am Oz. And here's that top down. You My Lady was 3rd. She's Spicy 5th. Hot Tea 2nd. West 55 was 4th. Dublin Water Gal 6th. Just As I Am Oz the winner. Endless Time 7th. Chulita 8th. 352 461 7 and 8. And up next to wrap up Scarlet and Gray Championship Super Weekend, the final $100,000 stake. It's for 3-year-old Pacing Colton Gelding. Scratch the one, Gons by. There's Exacta Trifecta 20-cent Super $1 pick 4 wagering $10,000 guaranteed in this pool. A field of 7 in 7 minutes. time to wrap up the Scarlet and Gray Championship weekend from 2024 Super Night. Scratch the 1, Gons by. The 2, Midwind Beach Boy. Bred by the Midwind Farms of Ohio. Owned by the Burke Racing Stable. Knox Services, J&T Silva, Purnell and Libby. RAS Racing. Ron Burke, the trainer. Hunter Myers at the lines. Matt Rowe of Ohio. Bred the 3, How About a Yankee? Always finished second stables. The owners, Dean Gillespie, the trainer. Aaron Merriman in the sulky. Tyler Smith drives the 4, No Joke Folks, for John Reynard, who co-owns with Neil Leist, bred by Ray Yoder of Ohio. The 5, Down by the Dance Club. Owned by the Burke Racing Stable, Beastie, Kitefield Stables, J&T Silva, Purnell and Libby. Ron Burke trains. Chris Page drives, bred by Robert Key of Pennsylvania. Also from the Burke Barn, an 8-time winner, the 6, What an Ocean View, owned by the Burke Racing Stable. Knox Services, RAS Racing, J&T Silva, Purnell and Libby. Trained by Ron Burke using Ronnie Wren Jr., bred by the LMN Bred Stables of Ohio. The Heavyweight Way is the 7, bred by the C2G Stables of Ohio. Owned by Carlo Racing in co-ownership with the breeders, A.J. Carlo, the trainer, Trevor Smith in the sulky. And the Buckeye Stallion Consolation winner is the 8, 9106. Bred by the Sugar Valley Farms of Ohio. Owned by Tim Homan, Norman Ray Racing and Jim Burnett. Christy Noble trains. Dan Noble in the sulky. Back over in race number 10. My top choice was Hot Tea. She needed one more stride to go by Just As I Am odds as we rolled to the 11th. My top choice, I was taking a swing with the 1, but ultimately scratched. So I'll land on the 5, Down by the Dance Club. A Buckeye Stallion winner at Delaware. Has taken time off since of then. And he had those 2 scratch lanes, but then came back with that qualifier, which was nice, and then backed it up with the Buckeye Stallion win. Now they freshen him up for this Grade Championship. And I thought Down by the Dance Club maybe was in the right spot. He'll go back-to-back. 52-2 was big at Delaware. For second, using the 3, How About a Yankee? How about them Yankees in the Final Four of the baseball playoffs? But meanwhile, the horse, How About a Yankee? Draws a good post here, and you get Northfield Park's leading driver, Aaron Merriman. I'll use second. And for there, the 6, What an Ocean View, 1 of 3 for the Burke Barn that's been uncoupled per OSRC permission. 5-3-6-2 for me, Jess Otten, 2-3-8-5. Let's end it downstairs one more time to take a look at the Grade Championships.
Thanks so much, Kenny. And race number 11 concludes the weekend of stakes action here at MGM Northfield Park. What a great weekend it has been. We've had 15 championship races thus far. Our 16th is coming up. First, we'd like to thank all the horsemen and horses who participated here this weekend, all the horsemen who came in. We'd like to thank all the staff, the TV department, Neil and Steve Owen gang for helping put the show on. What an incredible weekend of racing it has been. And Jenna, race number 11 is going to be another great race. It is the Ohio Sire Stakes Grade Championship for 3-year-old colt and gelding Pacers. We ended with the Pacers last night. The Glamour Boy division will end with them here tonight. One Gons by is out, and you and I kind of are mixing it up numbers-wise, but we're pretty much on the same track.
Yeah, we use the same 4, shuffle them up a bit. You use the 5 on top, I use them underneath, and you use the 3 underneath, and I use the 3 on top. How about a Yankee? I talked about it a little bit going over the pick 4 ticket. He really opened some eyes the middle of the summer there at Scioto, where he tracked down cover late in the mile, 49-3 effort that night. 5 of 17 this year, and this is a son of Dancing Yankee that was very lightly raced at the age of 2, so no real concerns having 17 starts under his belt this year, but again, he's just been ultra consistent. He did make a gate mistake at Scioto, very uncharacteristic gate mistake 3 starts back, but he came back in the Ohio Breeders' Championship and put up a 4th place finish there, and then another class that's ultra tough this time of year, the non-winners of 8, and he was 4th in there as well. Prepping for tonight, a 51-1 mile. Made sure he finished up the mile well, 27-4 last quarter. He was 9-5 on the morning line, so I knew I was going to be getting involved on a short price as he is 7-5 on the board.
Yeah, and you know, closers have really kind of come together over the last couple of races as the track has slowly gotten sloppier and sloppier with the rain. This is a $30,000 Ohio selected yearling purchase. Nice to see some of these. I don't want to call $30,000 not a lot of money, because to me and you that is a lot of money. But you know, from a horse standpoint, that's actually not that much money. They're participating for $100,000 tonight. Does have a mark of 149 and 3. Top pick for me in here is the 5 Down by the Dance Club. Burke Racing Stable, Beastie, the Kitefield Stables, Jane, Teresa Silva, Purnell, and Libby. Coming off I called it a 2-race win streak earlier. I guess technically it's a 2-race win streak, but the qualifier doesn't count. Won by 4 lengths and 154 and 3 over at the Meadows. Took a couple of weeks off, come right back, closed from off the pace, won by a length. It's had a couple of weeks off. And last night I noticed that the time off didn't seem to bother horses all that much.
No, and this time of year, time off may do them better. The trainers around here can really keep their horses tight at the training centers that they're at, and even the fair tracks that they stable at. The time off, as long as it's not about 5 or 6 weeks, it doesn't really seem to concern me all that much anymore, where prior it kind of did concern me. The only thing that concerns me about this guy is 2 in a row vet scratched lame miles. Even after taking a few weeks off, he was scratched at Scioto, I believe, out of the post parade, but he came back, put up a good qualifier, put up a good prep mile at the Buckeye Stallion Series at Delaware, got around the half just fine. And when this guy is on, he is on. That lifetime mark of 50 flat at Scioto was right down the road. He took no prisoners that night. 4 of 9, no other on the board hits, but again, when he's on, he is on.
Yeah, this is a really good race. The other one I wanted to ask you about here is the 89106. It's probably one of the speediest horses in the field. The pose position is a little bit of a concern, but draws further inside here. We saw last night with Sipping on Sea or Rock. That kind of helped a little bit. What do you make of 9106 here?
Definitely, with even just one scratch, I think it really helps the outside horses be able to get involved and use that to their advantage. This is a very talented son of Lather Up. 8 of 18, 88,000 in the bank here. A check would put him over 100,000 for the season. 1 mile that really sticks out to me is when it was raining and he was able to dig up the passing lane and get a win in a final at Scioto's. He's very talented. We know Danny Noble likes to go forward. I'm probably guessing he will go forward here with 9106.
Real quick, let's go price shopping. The 7, the heavyweight way, right now at 21-1 for Trevor Smith and AJ Carlo.
Yeah, getting to slide down to post 6 will be his advantage too. 20 starts on the season, 12 of those being on the board. Very good prep miles. He's been in against tough competition. Just fell last time out 2.5 lengths short there. Got away 4th, ended up 4th. But if you're looking to go price shopping here, the heavyweight weight, not a bad option at all.
Jenna, we want to thank you and Jess for coming out. I know it's been a long weekend for both of you. Jess from New Jersey, you coming up from Columbus. It's your first trip up. Thanks so much for joining us this weekend. We look forward to working with you again.
Yeah, I can't believe out of all the places we've always been together that this is actually our first time working together, but I really enjoyed it. Very accommodating crew, and thank you for the invite. Hopefully we get another one.
All right, they're going to the gate for race number 11. The 3-year-old Colton Gelding Gray Championship. Kenny Livingood has the call.
Thanks, guys. The 11th race in behind the gate. It was a fun weekend hanging out with the Spottin' Two Otten sisters here with us all weekend at MGM Northfield Park to take deeper dives into these Scarlet and Gray Championships. It has been an exciting weekend, some thrilling finishes. We'll see if we're set for one more here with a field of 7 to wrap up. Super weekend from MGM Northfield Park. $100,000 Gray Championship. Field swings into the stretch. Here they come. Often pacing, the speed's coming from the outside. What an Ocean View leaves the gate quickly. Down by the Dance Club is Stablemate off the wings well, and there goes 9106 from the far outside, put into play early on. He's 3 wide for Danny Noble in this first turn. How about a Yankee came out 4th. Midwind Beach Boy got away in 5th. Then it's No Joke Folks who's second last, and the Heavyweight Way is the trailer. They've sorted themselves out from post 8 to the lead for 9106, but down by the Dance Club, and Chris Page on a retake mission past an opening quarter, just 27-3. Not all that quick for the group. Down by the Dance Club into the far turn with the advantage. 9106 now the pocket sitter. What an Ocean View is 3rd, and he's 3 lengths off his barn mate. How about a Yankee? He wants to swing to the outside for Merriman. Midwind Beach Boy next. Then No Joke Folks and the back of the bus for the Heavyweight Way. Down in front of the stands behind Down by the Dance Club. On top here over 9-1-06. How about a Yankee comes alive first over. Midwind Beach Boy tracks him second over. Through a rated 56-4. They caught a breather, 29-1. Down by the Dance Club with just over 3/8 the pace leads the way. How about a Yankee tries to crank up the tempo on the outside. These two wheel to wheel as they race to the backside. 9-1-06 off the dueling leaders from third. Danny Noble asks him to quicken up. Midwind Beach Boy gap the cover. Bottled up, What an Ocean View, no place to race. Then it's the heavyweight way and the trailer, no joke, folks. And there's a quarter of a mile left to go. And how about a Yankee just powered to the lead? 3/4, 1:24-2. Down by the Dance Club was left in his dust. He had no response. 9-1-06 was able to slide off the rail and he's into second. What an Ocean View has open road late, but he's 5 behind. How about a Yankee with 1/8 of a mile left to go? How about a Yankee off the turn, clear by 4? How about a Yankee pouring it on? Rallying up into second comes What an Ocean View outside of 9-1-06, but it's Merriman, and how about a Yankee in front? What an Ocean View second, 9-1-06 third, the heavyweight way fourth, 1:54 time of the mile. Three, 6, 8, 7 unofficial. Back to the winner's circle is the 3, How About a Yankee? Owned by Always Finish Second Stable, trained by K. Dean Gillespie. Aaron Merriman, the winning driver. That's his second victory on the program and second Sire Stakes win. 3-year-old big gelding by Dancing Yankee out of the artificial mare Opie's Girl. Bred by Matt Rowe of Ohio, 6th lifetime win, 6th this season. How about a Yankee? 1:54. 3, 6, 8, and 7 is now official. Three, 6, 8, 7 is official. Let's head down trackside to the winner's circle. Jess Otten standing by with the winning connections of the 3, How About a Yankee?
Thanks, Kenny. I have winning trainer here. How about a Yankee gets the job done in the Great Championship? Dean, just talk about this this guy and his career.
He's been a real nice colt to have in the barn. You know, he's had a lot of bad luck in the Sire Stakes, draw bad, or just things didn't work out. But he's a nice colt, and that's a pretty good mile tonight on this track.
Yeah, it is, and it's a bit chilly, too. He's a nice colt, and he proved that tonight. Maybe just walk us through your standpoint, watching him, get away third, and Aaron having to move him.
Well, we was kind of hoping to get away towards the front a little more. But he's gritty and he's tough, and if he's good, he can come first up. He doesn't really need to trip out, and obviously he was good tonight.
He was good tonight. Strong coming home as well.
Yeah. He when he made the front, I was feeling pretty confident.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
There you have it. How about a Yankee closes out championship weekend here at MGM Northfield Park.
Exacta $23.20. Trifecta $135.60. The Superfecta $68.46. The Pick 3 $11.80. The Pick 4 $21.50. Top down, Gons by scratched. Midwin Beach Boys 7th. How about a Yankee the winner? No Joke Folks was 6th. Down by the Dance Club 5th. What an Ocean View 2nd. The Heavyweight Wave 4th. 9106 3rd. Scratch 71652 43. 12th race is next. And it's 5 minutes away, and that concludes all the Scarlet and Gray Championships. 16 wonderful races on tap all weekend. It was an exciting weekend. We thank everyone that watched, wagered, and supported. And congratulations to all the horsemen that had horses participating in all the races and festivities this weekend. Still have 4 races to come from MGM Northfield Park. 4 minutes to race 12. Pacers on track for the 12th to 1 DC Rockin' Moon Dancer. Aaron Merriman drives for Melvin Byler, owner Stephen and Eric Butler. ACL's to Turier B and Tony Hall co-own the 2 We Will Rock You Oz. Luke Ebersol drives for Mark Hedworth. 3 is Record Machine over the Scalacci Stables and Sam Bova Racing. Jody Scalacci trains Chris Slems in the sulky. Logan Ebersol drives the 4 Cowabunga for Kent Sherman and owner Daryl Sherman. 5 is Larry Parlin's Honali. Hunter Myers drives for Brandon Presto. 6 Andale, Courtney Blodgett owns. Matt Burkholder trains Justin Irvine. In the sulky. Kurt Sugg aboard the 7 Better in Cash, owner trainer Tom Hall. 8 is Lancaster Hill. James Day drives and trains for Power Play Racing 87. And the 9 is Last Bet. Tyler Angus aboard for owner trainer Stacy Curry. Back over in the 11th race, my second choice, How About a Yankee, delivered a powerhouse performance to wrap up the Scarlet and Gray Championships. Once again, thanks to everyone that helped put on a fabulous show here in the Buckeye State. We flip to the 12th. Jess Otten and I both agree with the 3 Record Machine. This is a horse that takes the double dip in class down to non-winners 3,500. I think Chris Lems is in a spot where he's supposed to be aggressive and put this 9-year-old on the front. And Record Machine, when he's on the lead, he's been tough this season. 6 wins. I'm putting him on top. So I think the 1 DC Rocket Moon Dancer, major post relief, and you move back to Merriman. He was in the pocket from the 6-hole, 2 back against non-winners 2,500. He did bump up last week, but had the 8-hole. So now from the rail, I thought he'd get a nice trip. Merriman should be able to generate enough speed and get behind Record Machine early on. For third, I use the 6 Andale. He's a hard-knocking pacer that always shows up with a nice effort each and every week. Can rally late. Picks up Justin Irvine here as Lems goes with Record Machine. But I'll use third, try and get a price in there. 3-1-6-9 for me. Jess Otten, 3-1-2-5. Best of luck, 12th race. The gate is opened for the 12th. Here they go. They're off and pacing. We will rock you Oz out quickly. Record Machine pushes the gate forward. DC Rock and Moon Dancer toward the inside of Cowabunga and Honali, who stacked up wide in the opening turn. Then Last Bet from the second tier as Record Machine has worked his way to the front. Record Machine was able to cross over and clear We Will Rock You Oz as they work up the backstretch. Honali comes out in the third spot. DC Rock and Moon Dancer gets away in fourth for Merriman. Cowabunga is fifth and in line. Last Bet is next, then it's Andale, Better in Cash, and Lancaster Hill, 27 and 2, quarter mile. Even money race favorite Record Machine on the point here with We Will Rock You Oz in second. He's a length and a half behind. Honali third. DC Rock and Moon Dancers drop 5 lengths off the lead from fourth. Cowabunga fifth. Last Bet still patient while sixth. Andale is seventh. Better in Cash and Lancaster Hill. No one's vacated the rail yet, but now DC Rock and Moon Dancer will try his luck first up as they chase Record Machine. Record Machine is halfway home in 57 and 2. He caught a 30-second mid-race breather. We Will Rock You Oz is locked in the box by a first up DC Rock and Moon Dancer. Honali at the inside. Cowabunga stays inside of Last Bet. Then Andale, Better in Cash and Lancaster Hill. To the backstretch they go. Record Machine the leader. DC Rock and Moon Dancer to the outside of We Will Rock You Oz, both a length and a half behind. Honali's been fourth and Last Bet and Cowabunga. They head past the three-quarter mark, 125 and 4, 28 and 2, third panel Record Machine. Into the final turn with the lead. Lems gave him a couple of taps now. DC Rock and Moon Dancer's been uncovered for a long way. We Will Rock You Oz has been saving ground. Honali was trying to slide off the rail, but Cowabunga beat him to the 3 wide side. They turn for home. Record Machine, the long-time leader. Here comes Cowabunga rallying down the center. We Will Rock You Oz into the passing lane. We Will Rock You Oz gets the better of Record Machine. Then it's either Cowabunga or Honali, 155 and 3. Two, three, four, five unofficial. In the winner's circle, the 2, We Will Rock You Oz will be ACL's Taturi AB and Tony Hall. Turned by Mark Hedworth. Luke Ebersol, the winning driver, bred in Kentucky by the owner. 5-year-old Bay Gelding by Pet Rock out of the Cam Best mare Modesta Hall. 9th lifetime win and 3rd this season, 155 and 3. Please note the judges have posted an inquiry sign. It's a general inquiry. They're taking a look at the start. So hold all tickets here. This race is unofficial with an inquiry sign pending. Everything all good with the 12th, and the inquiry sign comes off the board. 2, 3, 4, 5. Your order of finish. And it's official. Exacta $72.80, trifecta $770.80, superfecta $381.12. Top down DC Rocket Moon Dancer 5th. We will rock you On's first. Record Machine was 2nd. Cowabunga 3rd. O'Nally 4th. Andale Andale 6th. Better and Cash 8th. Lancaster Hill 7th. Last Bet 9th. 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 7, 9. 13th race is next. There are no changes. $10,000 guaranteed in the high five pools. 6 minutes away. On track for the 13th. The one is Out to Get Lucky. Mark St. Louis Jr. drives for trader Katie Remerswall and owner Mr. Bill and Kim Beachy. Chris Lems aboard the 2 Sawyer's Desire for the Thunder Racing Stables and Corey Kreiser. Braden Rhodes drives the 3 Elliott Moose. Bill Rhodes trains. Donald McCray at the lines. Douglas Hartung and Hartung Jr. co-own the 4 Shell Yeah. Brian Boring trains. Luke Ebersol drives. Sand Between My Toes, owned by the Greg Luther Racing. Dirk Simpson trains. Hunter Myers and the Sulky. Corey Kreiser drives and trains the 6 Buddy the Bookie for Amir Najer. The 7 Louie the Horse. Kurt Sugg drives for Randy Bendis and Pollock Racing. 8 Dragon Candy. John DeSantis owns. Ken Sherman trains. Justin Irvine will push the buttons. And the 9 Premier Dreamer, owned by Matt Roach, owned by Brandon Presto. Aaron Merriman sits behind. Back over in race number 12, my top choice record machine. Lems did exactly what I was hoping for. He got the front. He just couldn't hold off We Will Rock You Oz, who was too strong in the passing lane. We rolled to the 13th. I went to the 4 Shell Yeah. Have a little bit of a soft spot for this guy, but when he is right, he is always sharp in that last quarter of a mile. And 2 of his last 3 weeks, 28-2 and 28-2 respectively, with a post-8 effort sandwich between them. So I thought Shell Yeah was trending in the right direction, and I'm trying him on top here. Secondly is the 9 Premier Dreamer. You get Merriman from the second tier post. Was a winner against 15 Claimers last out in 53 and 4. It was a big performance. He beat Shell Yeah, but he has to start from the second tier. Well, Shell Yeah gets to start on the wings. So that's why I put those 2, flip-flopped them. And for third, I threw in the 2 Sawyer's Desire. A win against 15 Claimers 2 back. Last week was third from the second tier, but now you get Chris Lems in the bike from a really good post tier of post 2. Hopefully he can avoid getting parked out early, as Merriman, is going to be on the accelerator from the 9 hole. I got it 4921. Jess Otten 9154. Best of luck. Wings open for race 13. Here they come. They're off and pacing, sand between my toes, and out to get lucky, out together. Premier Dreamer from the second tier hunts a good early position for Merriman as Sawyer's Desire floats down to the cones from the two-hole to race from fourth. They're followed by Elliott Moose, who came out racing in fifth. Elliott Moose looks like he might have a broken head pole as they race to the backstretch. Shell Yaz racing in next. Then it's Buddy the Bookie toward the rear of the field with Louie the Horse and Dragon Candy. The early trailer, he's already dropped 14 lengths behind, out to get lucky, and Mark St. Louis Jr. to the opening quarter in 27 seconds. Sand between my toes, racing behind Premier Dreamer, second and third. Sawyer's Desire, fourth and in line, and 4 lengths behind. They're followed by Elliott Moose, who's next. Swinging to the outside comes Shell Yeah from the backfield, about 6.5 lengths behind. Then it's Louie the Horse outside of Buddy the Bookie, and the trailer is Dragon Candy. So they race down by us with Out to Get Lucky with the lead. Sand Between My Toes is racing in the pocket spot as they come to the halfway point here in 56 and 4. 29 and 4 in that panel for Out to Get Lucky. Sand Between My Toes working first over outside of Premier Badriner. Down at the inside is Sawyer's Desire racing in a 3-hole. Inside of Shell Yeah, who now has cover and will have to roll 3 wide with just 3 lengths to pick up. Elliott Moose down at the inside of Louie the Horse. Then Buddy the Bookie and Dragon Candy out the back. And there's less than 3/8 to go. Out to Get Lucky. He's been there every step of the way. And Mark St. Louis Jr. gets after him now. He just kicked the plugs out. 3/4 1, 24 and 3, 27 and 4. Backside sprint around the final turn. Out to Get Lucky with the advantage. Shell Yeah trying to rev it up 3 wide. Sand Between My Toes fights on off a first over bid. Premier Dreamers had the trip for Merriman and he just needs a place to go. He looks like he's got pace as they turn for home. Premier Dreamer trying to slide off the rail and he's stuck in traffic. Sand Between My Toes hits the front. Shell Yeah down the center, but Sand Between My Toes turns Shell Yeah away. Premier Dreamer's up for third, Out to Get Lucky, fourth, 154, time of the mile. In the winner's circle of 5, Sand Between My Toes, owned by Greg Luther Racing, trained by Dirk Simpson. Hunter Myers, the winning driver. 7-year-old big owned by Some Beach, Somewhere, out of the Arts Place Mare Galleria. Bred by the Fashion Farms of Pennsylvania, 29th lifetime win, 6th this season. Sand Between My Toes continues to rack up the Benjamins over $810,000 in career earnings. Exacta, $43.40. Trifecta, $126.60. The high five, $146.30. Top down to the 13th, out to get lucky. 4th, Sawyer's Desire. 5th, Elliott Moose. 6th, Shell Yes. 2nd, Sand Between My Toes, the winner. Buddy the Bookie. 9th, Louis the Horse. 7th, Dragon Candy. 8th, Premier Dreamer. 3rd, 4 5 6 2 1 9 7 8 3. Note there was a claim for the 9, Premier Dreamer. Owner trainer Gerald Milady. 14th race is next. Scratch the 2 and over and out. 6 minutes. Trotters hit the track for the 14th to kick off the late double. 1 Show Your Speed, own train driven by Bob Rowland. Scratch the 2. 3 Spyglass Hill, Justin Irvine drives for owner trainer Marion Jupp. The 4 Estiso, Keith Cash Jr. drives and trains for Bruce Salisbury, Dalton Walls, and Alan Weisenberg. The Stable.ca send out the 5 Casanova Hall, Jason McGinnis trains Anthony McDonald in tow. Dublin, Rockin' Jerry is the 6. Mark St. Louis Jr. drives for Herman Hagerman. Owners Anthony Miller and the Hagerman Racing. Corey Kreiser drives and trains the 7-1 Fancy Lady for Robert Beachy. 8 Hilltop Big Boy, Logan Ebersol aboard, owner trainer Jamie Coffey. Michael O drives and trains and co-owns with Jerry Welch the 9 Jurassic Justice. Back over in race number 13, able to give out the runner-up there at 13-1. Liked Shell, yeah, a lot, and he just ran out of track. Stand between my toes, very good. He was out a long way, and he was towing Shell, yeah, and held him off. We flip here to the 14th to start this late double. I'm going to try the 6, Dublin Rockin' Jerry. This guy's 11 for 29 this season as a 3-year-old. A lot of those wins have come on the fair circuit, but he's got a big 56-4 win at the Delaware County Fair. 26-3 opening quarter. Mark St. Louis Jr. got him down to that quarter lightning fast. He got a huge breather in the middle of that race. It was a 31-4 second quarter. But nonetheless, Dublin Rockin' Jerry certainly looks like he can get off the car. Mark St. Louis Jr. can be aggressive here. And I don't think there's a ton of speed to his inside, especially with the scratch. So I'm going to try Dublin Rockin' Jerry on top. For second to 4, Estiso moves into the Keith Cash Jr. barn off a 6th place finish in the Buckeye Stallion Championship. Just as I Am Oz came back to win the Grade Championship tonight. Estiso was 6th, only beaten 3 lengths to that one. Barn change and a good post. And for third, I'll use the 5 Casanova Hall here for the McGinnis barn. A third and a second since coming over here to Northfield. And now draws better the last couple of weeks than he's been. So I got it 6-4-5. Jess Otten, 4-5-9. Best of luck, 14th. Wings open for the 14th. Final boarding call for the late daily double. Here they come. Off stride went the 4 Estiso briefly as Dublin Rockin' Jerry is hustled out and tries to cross over and clear the inside traffic. Estiso now on a long gallop as they head into this first turn. Dublin Rockin' Jerry crossed over and made the lead. Spyglass Hill came out racing in the second spot. Show Your Speed is third. Traveling better than Casanova Hall, who got away fourth. Jurassic Justice from the second tier fifth as they work up the backstretch. Hilltop Big Boy in front of One Fancy Lady, and Estiso after her miscue is the trailer. Dublin Rockin' Jerry, offensive minded off the wings for Mark St. Louis Jr. The opening quarter, not quick at all. It's half a minute. Through the rain they go. Dublin Rockin' Jerry on top. Spyglass Hill right there on St. Louis's back. Show Your Speed third, 4 behind. Casanova Hall in fourth. Estiso trying to go a big trip tonight. She's motivated out of the last position. Already went past One Fancy Lady and Hilltop Big Boy, and Estiso's now on a gallop again. Jurassic Justice was just ahead of her. So Dublin Rockin' Jerry out front where she usually is, and she is halfway home here in 1 minute and 4/5. So another 30 and 4. Pretty slow tempo set here for Dublin Rockin' Jerry. Spyglass Hills had a perfect trip there for Irvine. Casanova Hall is the 1-2 race favorite, and he is sent to the outside. Here comes the son of Green Shoe. Casanova Hall a length and a half behind, as Dublin Rockin' Jerry is the leader. Plugs are out now, trying to hold off this favorite Casanova Hall, who's a length behind. Spyglass Hill gaps while third, then Show Your Speed and Hilltop Big Boy, and they head past 3/4 in an even 1:30. Dublin Rockin' Jerry still the face of the field, but the lead's diminished to half a length. Casanova Hall on the outside. These two are 6 better than Spyglass Hill and Show Your Speed, who's fourth. There's an eighth of a mile left to go, and Casanova Hall and Dublin Rockin' Jerry turn in together. Casanova Hall swings wide off the turn and gathers the momentum and puts this one to bed. Casanova Hall and an Anthony McDonald double. Dublin Rockin' Jerry, Spyglass Hill, and One Fancy Lady. 2 minutes. 5-6-3-7 unofficial. In the winner's circle is the 5, Casanova Hall. On with the stable group, trimmer Jason McGinnis, Anthony McDonald, the winning driver. It's a double for the team. A 3-year-old big only by Green Shoe out of the Cash Hall mare. Katarina Hall, bred by the Walnut Hall Limited of Kentucky, third lifetime win. First this season, Casanova Hall in 2 minutes. Official. Exacta $14.40, trifecta $107, pick 3 $68.70, pick 4 $191.20, superfecta $108.54. Top down, Show Your Speed 6th, Scratch End Over and Out, Spyglass Hill 3rd, Estiso 8th, Casanova Hall the winner. Dublin Rockin' Jerry was 2nd, One Fancy Lady 4th, Hilltop Big Boy 7th, Jurassic Justice 5th, 6 Scratch 3, 812475. Time to wrap up the Sunday card in 4 minutes. Justin Irvine on the 1, KP's Charming Image, Scratch the 6, Starlet, What a Memory. On track for the finale. 1, KP's Charming Image. Justin Irvine's driving for Miranda Shedrin and owner Jerry Miller. Corey Kreiser drives trains, co-owns with Melissa Lawyer the 2, Good Miss Cadillac. Aaron Merriman aboard the 3, Feeling It for owner-trainer Jason Merriman. 4, Joyful Jenny. Joey Mapes drives for Rick Mapes and owner Rex Mapes. David DePazzo owns the 5, Superstition. Tommy Vasek trains Luke Ebersol in the Sulky. Scratch the 6. Mark St. Louis Jr. aboard the 7, West Malibu for Brian Boring and owner Douglas Hartung Jr. 8, Jazz Cruiser. Kent Wolf owns. Brett Ader trains Hunter Myers in the bike. And Kurt Sugg drives the 9, Control Flames for Virginia Wilcox and David Beachy. Back over in race number 14, my top choice, Dublin Rock and Jerry, did accelerate to the front, just couldn't hold off the favorite Casanova Hall. Gives the stable group a double on this Sunday program. We flip here to the finale to wrap it up with a filly and mare event, and I'm going to land on the 3, Feeling It. You get Aaron Merriman here. This horse moved into the Jason Merriman barn and finished second on barn debut, but now it's her second start, and I think she's certainly eligible to move forward, and you're reunited with Aaron from a good post. For second, I went to the 2, Good Miss Cadillac. Had to come from post 8 last week. She's only been with the Corey Kreiser barn a couple of months. Now eligible to move forward after that post 8 effort. Seemingly moving to the inside should help. And for third, the 9, Control Flames. Third start for the Virginia Wilcox barn. A second 2-back, fourth last week. Just thought that this one would get a nice trip as well. I'll go 3-2-9-8 to wrap up the evening. Jess on 3-9-8-1. Want to give a shout out once again. A thank you to everyone that supported this super weekend. Thank you to our TV department for some outstanding graphics. 15th race to wrap it up next. the wings open for the finale. Thank everyone that watched, wagered, and supported the 15 race Sunday night program here from MGM Northfield Park. Live racing resumes on Tuesday. Don't forget another 5-day racing week here next week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Ohio Fair Championships next Saturday night with 8 $50,000 fair finals. Should be an exciting night of live racing. And they are on gate here for the finale. Often pacing in the finale, West Malibu and Jazz Cruiser leave together from the far outside. Good Miss Cadillac toward the inside with Feeling It. Away in okay shape early on, got away in the 4th spot. KP's Charming Image came out racing in 5th as they work on to the backstretch, and the leader from post 8 is Jazz Cruiser. West Malibu pockets up here. Good Miss Cadillac is 3rd. The race favorite is Feeling It. Feeling It is 4.5 lengths behind from 4th, and here's an early move from Good Miss Cadillac from 3rd as they work up over to the opening quarter in 27 and 4. Then it's KP's Charming Image, who's traveling better than Control Flames, with Joyful Jenny and Superstition, the 2 back markers. Far turn first time. Jazz Cruiser leads the way, pressured here by Good Miss Cadillac on the outside, about 3/4 of a length behind. West Malibu is 3rd, and Feelin' It is close enough to the action for Merriman, and she is sliding off the rail now with 3.5 lengths to pick up on Jazz Cruiser. This top quartet is 6 better than KP's Charming Image, who's 5th after a 57 3/2 mile. Then it's Control Flames, Joyful Jenny, and Superstition's been outgunned. Just over 3/8 of a mile left to go. Jazz Cruiser calls the shots. West Malibu inside of Good Miss Cadillac. Feeling It is urged on 4th. Merriman decided to go back to the inside as Control Flames is on the march forward. Outside of KP's Charming Image, then Joyful Jenny. They're just over a 1/4 mile from home, and Jazz Cruiser now bumps the lead to 2. West Malibu is 2nd, 3 wide. Control Flames, Feeling It, slides back off the rail to race from the 2 path, but she's dropped 6 lengths behind. This leader, Jazz Cruiser's built up 4. The favorite needs to pick up her ball game, and she needs to do it real soon, as there's an 1/8 of a mile left to go, and Jazz Cruiser off the turn, clear by 3. Then it's West Malibu, Feeling It, and Control Flames. They're all trying to get to Jazz Cruiser is almost home. Jazz Cruiser, wire to wire. West Malibu 2nd, Feeling It, drifted out very badly, but she was 3rd in 1:59. Back to the winner's circle comes the 8 Jazz Cruiser, owned by Kent Wolf, trimmed by Brett Ader. Hunter Myers drives. His 2nd on the program. Bred by Joel Miller of Ohio, 3rd lifetime win, 3rd this season for the 4-year-old Bay Mare by Yankee Cruiser. Out of the Western Ideal Mare, Jazz Hands, Hanover. 1:59, time of the mile. Please note the judges are posting the inquiry sign against the unofficial third place finisher, the 3 Feeling It. Possible interference in the stretch. So hold all tickets. 8, 7, 3, and 9 is unofficial. The judges have ruled that number 3, Feeling It, caused interference in the stretch and has been placed 4th behind the 9, Control Flames, who's now placed 3rd. So the new order of finish is 8, 7, 9, 3. The 3, Feeling It, was placed 4th for interference in the stretch. And the result is official. $0.20 superfecta, $138.38. The exacta, $167.20. The trifecta, $586. Late double, $23.20. Pick 6 not hit, 5 of 6, $53.80. Carryover just shy of $1,292 to the Tuesday program. Top down, KP's Charming Image 5th, Good Miss Cadillac 7th, Feeling It was 3rd, placed 4th, Joyful Jenny 6th, Superstition 8th, Scratch Starlet What a Memory, West Malibu 2nd, Jazz Cruiser the winner, Control Flames 4th, place 3rd. After the placings, the top down is 5, 7, 4, 6, 8, Scratch, 2, 1, and 3. That does conclude live racing. Coming up after the race replay will be a judge's review with presiding judge Bud Teeters, taking a look back at that 15th race. So that does conclude our live racing action. We'll be back on Tuesday night with a Pick 6 carryover. I'm track announcer Kenny Livingood. We hope you enjoyed your evening here at MGM Northfield Park. See you back Tuesday night.
This is the reason for the placing in the 15th race. The horses are coming off the final turn. The 3 comes out and interferes with a 9. We'll show it again. The horses are coming off the final turn. The 3 comes out and interferes with the 9. That's the reason for the placing in the 15th race.